Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Monday, February 12th, 2024 open session meeting for the Kent County Public Schools Board of Education. We're opening the meeting starting an hour earlier than normal. We do have some superintendent search materials to go through, so we thank you everyone for joining us earlier than normal. The first item on the agenda for this evening is to approve the agenda. This isn't opposed. Hearing no opposition, the motion passes and the agenda is approved as presented. We're going to move into the superintendent search discussion. Mr. Middleton, if you could join us up at the podium, and we'll let you guide us as we have some topics to go through. I will call out that after the discussion, and this will hopefully roll into it, we do have action items listed where we'd like to approve the superintendent search timeline as recommended by Mr. Middleton from MABE, and then we also have the approval of our superintendent stakeholder survey, which I'm sure we're going to want to take a look at an example that's in front of each board member. So, Mr. Middleton, I'll open the floor to you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good to be back, and I think we've made some progress on a couple things with staff members, and it's worked out very well so far. So, the agenda that I gave you for tonight, review the search process. Right now, if you have any questions about the process that I went through the last time, I'll be glad to try to answer those, but the process will be clarified as we go through this calendar. So, okay. The search protocols, basically, the protocols that you all sign basically say it's confidential, period. That's it. And that you don't share, especially when it gets to the point of names being around. That becomes very, very important. The first thing that I had, you have superintendent timeline. You have that in front of you. I took the chart that I was given with blackout dates. It's interesting. You're busy people. And I went down the calendar with what has to be accomplished, and some places that you have to wait 2 weeks for things to happen, so you can't schedule anything, and then 2 weeks. We strongly recommend that the ad for the position stay at least 30 days, so that looks like a dead period. And there's some other times when, if you're going to have candidates coming in from out of town, you have to give them time to do travel arrangements and what have you. So there's some places that you would think, okay, why don't we do this a week ahead? And hopefully I can explain that. But it came out that we ended up May 30th or thereabouts, right, a week before, 2 days before that, and recommended that the decision to appoint be, I think, the first Monday in June. That can be adjusted as we go through. I know you're going to adopt this in a formal vote tonight. Need to be sure the caveat is there that this is subject to revision, because there's some things here that some board decisions will affect whether you need 1 meeting, 2 meetings, or 3 interviews, or whatever, or whether you do it all in 1 day. Those decisions still have to be made. And then there's also the possibility that some of your blackout dates will disappear. There's 1 week especially that there are 6 days that I couldn't schedule anything, and that was a week that I would dearly love to have put something in that week, but they were all blacked out. So those kind of things are going to affect the schedule as we go through. And I did use some Saturdays, as you saw. Preferably it would have been on a Monday, but it was blacked out. So that's where we are. Just to say to you that please remember that this is not in stone, okay? It is very flexible, as done, I think, in draft form, and will be available to you, if it's not already, be available to you tonight. It's a press release about the stakeholder survey and what have you, that can be adjusted after your discussion tonight of how you want to handle the survey. The suggestion here is to open it on February the 16th. I think the suggestion from staff is to open it tomorrow, if tonight.
Which I think we should.
And then it's out
would we
at
wait?
least, at
I was going to
least,
say, why would we wait a couple of days?
because typically it has to be rewritten and redone after the board plays with it.
Well, maybe
This
we
night.
should say, once this press release is issued, that the stakeholder survey would start then as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, the recommendation from staff is that the survey actually open tomorrow.
Oh,
And my recommendation was it will wait and be sure it's written up and so forth, because,
Okay.
you know.
That
but
makes sense.
That's something you can
Yeah.
decide.
Right.
I strongly recommend that the survey be on the street at least 2 weekends, okay? Because people spend a lot of time on surveys that they forget about during the week, but they do them during the weekend. So I recommend that it be out open at least 2 weekends.
Can we talk about distribution methods for the survey?
Maybe when we get to
Hold
that.
After you
on
get
a-
your call?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, maybe when we get to the point of talking about the
Right.
survey.
Okay.
I think he's just kind of going through the timeline right now.
The next thing would be to review the input from the stakeholder. Now, this survey goes to MABE. It does not get scheduled to return to the board. That has a lot of implications as far as people saying, well, the board played with it a little bit, or not the board, the staff played with it a little bit, and
Someone really wants you.
that just doesn't work. So it goes to MABE. MABE summarizes it, actually does the printout using your system, and gets that back to you before the time for us to discuss. I'm sorry, this guy is persistent. I've shut him off 4 times. And the process that we will talk about tonight is kind of your process that is adapted. After that, we have to do an application. You will be given a sample application for you to review. It will be done after you adopt the criteria and the characteristics in a formal meeting, or in a meeting, and what goes in those criteria and characteristics comes from the survey and from your own personal background and desires. But those characteristics and criteria form the basis for your search, okay? Ads for publication, an ad for 30 days, for instance, with one of the national firms is about $495. It used to be $1,200, but that was when they put it in a magazine. Okay, so the cost of the ads went down when they started using online ads. We will recommend to you a couple of national advertising firms, and they're both about $4.95 apiece.
May I inquire whether one of them would be AASA?
Yes,
Good.
yes.
That's the National Superintendent's.
National Superintendent's Group, yeah. Shalanda Braxton is a longtime communicator of mine, and
Yeah.
I just confirmed the price, which surprised me. It hadn't gone up in about 10 years, so anyhow. Open the application process, and here the recommendation in the calendar is that it's open for 30 days. And then it comes back, and all these come back to MABE, and as they come in, we check certification, experience and what have you, and develop our thoughts on the candidates. And then the applications are scheduled at this point to go to you on April the 11th. And those will go to you in sealed envelopes and so forth. The 15th, I've scheduled a meeting of the board to receive information on the applicants and go over all of the applications. You will see all the applications. Some of them you will see very quickly. This one we don't need to move on, but you will see all the applications. Then the next day, MABE schedules interviews for those that you want to interview. And you decide how many you want to interview. Right now, I have set up 2 days, April 26th, 27th, and as needed. That's totally based on your schedule and how many people you want to interview. Typically, it's about an hour for each applicant. By the time you do your write-up and so forth, it's probably an hour and a half per person. And you select the people for the next one, and I have that May offers and scheduled the second interviews, and then May 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, I have all 3 of those dates open on the calendar for second round interviews.
Can those interviews be conducted by Zoom, or do they need to be in person?
That is entirely up to the board.
Okay.
The last couple years at least, many of the boards have done Zoom for the first interview and then in person after that. That's up to the board. But we have done the second round interviews on Zoom also. May 13th, I have scheduled to announce the finalists. That would be after the second round interviews. I've got 4 dates there. Basically, the way it normally runs is you have 1 finalist each day. The only thing the board is responsible for is the evening, when they typically have a meal and an interview. The rest of it is done with groups, however you want to do that. That is optional. Some counties have, actually 2 of them did interviews with the finalists and put it on their website, however, and had comments from the public, and some others do in-person, invited community people, parents, teachers, and what have you, that actually interviews the candidate. That's something we'll discuss further as we move along. But I've scheduled 4 days. They are open at this point. There's no blackouts on those days. Yes.
So we're going to have regular meetings in between all these meetings, is that correct? And are those listed already?
Not, yeah, well, they're on the calendar, but they're not on
Okay.
this.
All right.
Yeah. And then you do the finalist interviews, you make a selection, you contact that finalist and so forth, state superintendent, get a contract through your attorney, and then I have a board meeting in June. The goal was to have the person available by the 1st of June. This will cut that by about a week, but it's still possible to change it. The other handout that you have, which is labeled 1A, draft 1A, is strictly Board of Education. It does not include MABE on that at all. It's just to try to make it a little clearer and without all the garbage on there of what your commitments might be. Comments, questions, concerns?
So the draft 1A shows the dates that we will be in meetings and participating. And I'm assuming that some of these are taking place on our Mondays.
Well, I guess from my perspective, just so that we're clear, or at least Ms. Manley is clear, all of these meetings beginning in February would be closed meetings. Is that correct?
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
Once you have interviews and names and so forth, they are closed, board-only meetings.
Yeah, but not everything listed on this calendar is actually in-person meetings. There's, open stakeholder survey, we're not going to sit here and push a button collectively and send the survey out, right? So there's very specific dates that are in person.
Right.
And most of these are gates.
Right, well-
Should we be scheduling, like the March 4th? I'm looking at
That's
it.
in person.
Okay, so that's in person, but should we go ahead and schedule the time for that now?
Well, yeah, so I just want to, so the way I want to kind of manage through it is understand if there are any questions about this, then certainly we can go back and look at the dates that we definitely know that are outside of our board meeting, our standard board meeting, this meeting, as well as any additional budget meetings. And then we identify that, and then also identify the time. And then also, in this mix, without polluting the process or kind of mucking it up a little bit, I do think that we need to look at a couple things, right? The first one is, the board needs to collectively sit together and have a discussion based off of the job description. So we have a job description for our superintendent, right? That job description fit a different point in time, approximately 11 and a half years ago. I think it would be wise for us as a collective group to look at the job description and talk through that. But the caveat there is that we also should be mindful of what the surveys yield back, right? So we need to identify a time, and I think it should be a dedicated time and space to really go through that job description based off of community feedback as well as what we see, because it will be a very different place. That's one. And then the other piece to this is, if I'm correct, we actually had some community meetings throughout the community. And so, did we do that last time?
It was my recollection, Mr. Middleton was the guy.
Yeah.
There were stakeholder things, they were up at Dixon, that's where, I was there when Dr. Couch was, but I thought that was only with the 3 finalists.
It was.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it wasn't listening sessions or anything, it was just, we have the survey's out, we threw the wide net.
Well, I
and
thought
then-
I remembered in the very beginning, there might have been one like at the middle school, and like, nobody came. That was the thing that was so disappointing. You had one of those for the whole point, to hear what, it was kind of like a verbal survey instead of filling it
Yeah.
out, and people just didn't even show up.
Okay, so I do think, though, that in this process, if we, as a board, do not want to do that, then we don't do it, because we'll have the survey. But as I was making notes, there's a couple days we have to really kind of, I think we should add a couple options, a couple dates. But to move forward, are we okay with the bones of this calendar right now,
I'm not okay with May the 24th.
May the 24th?
Yes.
Apparently, that's Tea Party.
And I have to be in.
Yeah, those are when
A lot
we
of
would do
prep on
third
that Friday.
interviews, so. Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll make a note, we'll just make a note that May 24th, we can add a
And we may not
The
need
good,
it.
We may not need
the
it.
good news is if you only have 3 finalists,
Right.
you only need 3
Right.
days.
Yeah.
But it's better to get that out there
Yeah, so
now.
we'll make a note that May
Yeah.
24th will have to be added to the blackout date.
Yeah.
And it looks like
Done.
the only date listed on here that's the same as a Board of Ed meeting date is May 13th.
Right.
All the other dates are independent.
Yeah, so I think,
Well, wouldn't we even, as part of the regular board meeting, we'd announce couldn't we combine those two things? Like during the board meeting itself, announce who the 3 finalists, or are we going to choose those 3
Yeah,
finalists on
that's-
that meeting
that's-
before? Okay.
The way it's set up is that after the last interview, while everything is fresh in your mind, that's when you make your decision on
Yeah.
who the finalist is.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
so-
would just thought.
and, after the survey comes back, right? So the survey comes back, February 26th, the survey closes, right? So we would need to look for another date
Well, you review the stakeholder input on the 4th.
Yes, that's
Okay.
the proposal.
But in that same meeting, adopt criteria and characteristics, we're not going to have enough time to, unless we have the conversation on the 4th and say, and this is what we do.
Should make it like a day.
We could work on a criteria list and then incorporate what the stakeholder input is.
Yeah, I'm fine. I really I wanted to make sure that the job description is where we felt and folks felt that we were aligned to, and just getting some input, and then also, obviously staying within the law and the guidelines, but then also have the time to be able to, really kind of flesh that out and follow that March 4th.
We have a February 26th quarterly board meeting. Perhaps we could use some time on that day.
Perfect.
To do, to build our criteria.
Yeah, but that would have to be criteria of our own making, because we
Right.
won't have gotten the results from the
We'll
survey
build our
yet.
own, and
Okay.
then we'll
Yeah.
marry the
Okay.
two.
So we'll have so what we'll do is when we have that budget meeting on the 26th, we'll just tack on the job description review and whatever criteria we
criteria.
feel on the 26th, right? So we'll
Yep.
tack that on. Okay, thank you, I'm not trying to be difficult, I just want to make sure we have enough time to go through it,
Yeah.
and get it all squared away. Okay. So knowing that the this timeline can be flexible and will change, are there any other questions regarding these dates, this timeline?
I do have a question. Will we have this note here, will we be notified a couple days in advance by Ms. Manley, like to keep us tuned up on this? Because I can keep looking, and I have it all written down on my calendar, but there's a lot going on.
Well, it'll have to be advertised, so you'll get the notices.
Yeah, and I think what we can do as well is we can take this document, flesh it out, add meeting start times, like which meeting is in person,
Gotcha.
which are like flags that we have to take
Yeah.
out, and then what time the meeting is and all of that. We can flesh this out to
Okay.
be a little bit more user-friendly.
And
Yeah,
can we
I-
also put it on
all
the
I had-
superintendent search?
Yes.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
All I had was a little black dot that said Monday ain't available. Okay, so I didn't know whether it was morning, afternoon, or evening that wasn't available. So that's what is need to be done.
Yeah.
And it's possible that even that will be able to change some schedules, because I said the whole day was gone, and it might just be the morning.
Yeah.
Do we want to do like we're doing today, where we do an hour earlier start on any of the items that would be during the quarterly meeting or a regular board meeting?
So February 26th is the quarterly meeting, right?
Yes.
Right.
Okay, yeah. When,
And typically, we start the quarterly meeting at 5:30.
Right. Okay.
Now, we have, I believe, I don't have the
And do you-
schedule right in front of me, but I think we scheduled to talk about budget
Yes.
on the
Yeah.
26th.
so do you anticipate the quarterly meeting requiring any closed session, or we'll just go straight into open at 5:30? Okay, yeah. Do we have, or is, maybe it's happening tonight, or maybe it's going to happen on the 26th. I don't think we've done it yet. We haven't adopted the budget calendar yet, have we?
Yeah.
Oh, we have?
Yeah,
Okay,
we did that, I
okay.
think, in December, or January.
Okay. I just want to make
December.
sure that
Yeah.
those dates were included in
They
the
are.
blackouts.
Yeah.
They were.
Okay,
Oh, they were.
gotcha, okay.
If there is any time we can come earlier instead of a whole nother day, it would work for me.
Okay. Yeah, that's great. Okay, so there is an action item, before we talk about the survey, that we approve this timeline, this calendar, noting that there could be changes, and we would absolutely communicate that out. But this will give us the bones to be able to move forward in the process and kind of codify what each steps and what each gate will be.
I make that motion with, in Mr. Middleton's word, subject to revision, 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 and be very flexible.
Okay. Ms. McGee has the motion.
The motion is that we approve the timeline is recommended by the MABE consultant, Mr. Middleton, with the stipulation that it's subject to revision, that it's very flexible, it's not written in stone, but it gives us some structure to start with.
Ms. McGee has the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Ms. Sullivan. Any further comments or questions? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing no opposition, the motion passes. The search timeline is approved. Now, the next item on the agenda is actually talking about the stakeholder survey. And if we look at the timeline, we definitely need to have some conversation on what this looks like. In front of each of you, and Mr. Middleton, I'll let you speak to this in a sec, you'll have a example of what Wycomico County Public Schools used in their superintendent search. So I'll let you, do you have this in front of you?
Yeah, it doesn't say communities, that's not, that is one they're doing.
Community conversations.
Yeah, that's one they're doing now.
Oh, okay.
As a result of concern that they were not open and so forth. That is not the
This is
one-
not the
that's not
superintendent
the-
search?
no.
Okay.
There was a press release put out by your office, and on page 2 of that, or the back of that, is
Mr. Porter, do you
a
have
suggested outline
Oh, it's,
that...
Mr. DeVillio's,
yeah, he's not here today.
okay, Mr. Porter will bring it up.
It doesn't show up on my school board email. Did we get it, was it sent to us?
I think
Well-
well, it's probably online.
Yeah,
You
it-
can probably access it online.
Well, it
But
was
you'd
just,
have to know to look
so
for
let's
it.
just level set. So it was a recommendation of questions. There's nothing decided
No.
or anything. It was just questions that were thrown on a piece of paper that were meant for discussion purposes only, and if we needed, if we wanted to move forward based on the conversations.
Yes, that's what it is.
Yeah.
And what it is, the survey has a paragraph recommended at the front that says the board adopted MABE as a search consultant, and this is the first step in the search. It's wide open to anyone that wishes to respond. It also says, so you get some idea of who's responding, I am, and they simply select parent or guardian, student, school system employee, business community member, other, please specify. That way you get an idea of what the public is and who's talking to you. Then there are 3 questions in the recommended survey. The first one is, please list up to 5 things you believe are the most positive about Kent County and Kent County Public Schools. Now, I will tell you, I will use, and Terry will use, the answer to that question in your recruiting and in your discussions with applicants. Okay, so we need to know what the good things are that we need to advertise about Kent County. And that also, they will use, the people that put together the ad can use some of those things as positive things about Kent County. The second question, and quite frankly, the most direct one, is please list the top 5 to 7 characteristics and qualifications you believe the new Kent County superintendent should possess. What characteristics and criteria do you want your new superintendent to possess? And then the third one, please list up to 5 challenges you believe the new county superintendent will face. Well, they lasted 11 years for this one, so.
This one.
And that typically is the type of survey that's put out. And, you know, you can add questions to that. You can adjust those questions. That's simply the recommendation.
Is it worthwhile to come up with some leading lists instead of a very open-ended question to say, you know, here are, pick out of these 10 things or add your own to these lists?
Well, I can give you a list of characteristics that's about 250 items long. It seems to work okay by leaving it open.
Sounds good.
The question that we had with one that we really did was, okay, how many do we put out? Yes.
Yeah, I agree with Mr. Middleton. One of the things is when you're real specific, somebody might say, well, there's not really the one thing I'm
thing that I
thinking
wanted
about, it's
isn't
not on
there
that
yet.
list.
Yeah.
So, and sometimes people, can express themselves differently in their own words as opposed to having a script.
And one thing that we've tried to do, and it hasn't worked, so we just kind of gave up, is to limit what they write. Some write one word, and some write one paragraph. But it's worked out okay. It hasn't been a real problem.
And you said you're going to capture what their status is, if they're a student or staff or community member?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. And then distribution. I know email, do we want to do other ways to distribute? Do we want to have paper copies at schools? Do we want to?
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure I sent him a copy of a hard copy that was used in the school system of the survey, and I'm not finding it here right this minute, but
No.
yeah, it's the same survey, but it's in hard copy. And it was distributed in a number of places, banks, offices, schools, so people could pick them up and send them in. And then there was some that particular county, especially with non-English speaking parents, they actually mail them copies of the survey in their language. So,
Could we maybe do some biggish posters announcing the survey in both Spanish and English and have a QR code on them that these are out like in the grocery stores and things like the coffee shops, and people could scan it with their phones and take the surveys, just so we're trying to hit as many people as possible. And we have a couple of Spanish grocery stores now that we could also get posters in.
I'm in favor of getting as many as we can, and there, like you mentioned 2 weeks ago, that not everybody is electronically savvy or has electronic access. Part of the challenge of getting somebody to fill it out is then getting them to mail it back.
Right.
Putting a stamp on it, addressing an envelope, and mailing it back. So,
Mr. Porter is actually getting printed copies, so sorry, it's taking a little bit of...
Okay.
yeah.
Do we have drop boxes at the, do you just take it to any school?
aha. I actually have a copy of the paper Wycomico survey. So it's easy to change that to an online survey. And the first paragraph of that says, "Thank you for your interest in the search for a new superintendent of public schools. The Board of Education is looking for broad input as it undertakes this important process. As a stakeholder, your anonymous responses will be used throughout the hiring process. Responses will be invaluable throughout the hiring process. Responses will be accepted until, please feel free to attach an additional sheet of paper if more room is needed." But we hope you don't. And then it's attention, superintendent search, so forth, and it lays out the ones that I went over with you. And you can make a copy of this somewhere. Well, the board members might need it. These 2 pages. Just those 2 pages.
This is the,
That's the press release.
This is the press
Sample
release.
in the back.
with the sample on the back. Great, thank you.
Thank you. Actually, can I have one more?
Do you want to give, one to Mr. Middleton, this one here?
Here, got it.
Okay.
Okay, so this document that Mr. Poor just handed us is the sample of the announcement for the superintendent survey, which includes on the front page the full link right away to the survey. There's also a smaller link, so if this survey is placed out or sent out that online, that these folks will be able to go right to the survey. The overview, as stated there, at their meeting January 23rd, Board of Education approved contract for next superintendent of schools. You'll look at the purpose of the survey, the process, intends to seek stakeholder input, and any questions regarding the survey or search process should be directed to William Middleton, search consultant at MABE, with contact information, or myself. Then there is a email. These are fields that would need to be filled in the survey. First field is email. Number one would be IMA, as Mr. Middleton mentioned, parent, guardian, student, school system employee, business community member, other. Number two would be please list up to 5 things you believe are the most positive about Kent County and Kent County Public Schools. Number 3 would be please list the top 5 to 7 characteristics and qualifications you believe the new Kent County superintendent should possess. And number 4 would be please list up to 5 challenges you believe the new Kent County superintendent will face. This is exactly what Mr. Middleton mentioned was what an online survey would look like. You know, the questions. Okay, and then this here is the nicer than just list. And it has the exact same
Thanks.
stuff, right?
Yes.
On the list is what was kind of put out accordingly.
Will
So,
we have an online survey in Spanish also with a
Yes.
different link?
Yes,
Or
they
will it-
did.
Okay.
Yes. Matter of fact, they had it in Spanish and another language, but I can't tell you which one it is right now.
okay,
So, excuse me just for interrupting for a second. I just got a text message from Mr. DeVillio, who is on sick leave this afternoon. If he asked me to share with the board that he can prepare flyers tomorrow to distribute at the businesses. A QR code has already been prepared. He said he can create a Spanish hard copy, but he would need a return mailing address for MABE for all the hard copies to be returned.
That's good.
okay, so I just have a housekeeping question for Mr. Constas. So we have on here listed approval of superintendent stakeholder survey. We're seeing a version of what this survey could potentially, so are we discussing approving questions, and then looking to approve a final survey, or are we just approving that and it'll just be as it's approved for the survey? Do you follow?
I think I follow. Approving the survey questions. to
Yes.
go out tomorrow.
Yep.
The kind of like the window dressing,
Yeah.
or the, packaging.
Right.
Would be the execution done by, the marketing
Okay.
team and MABE.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear, because we didn't have an attachment to the action item, so I don't want to,
I think that it's all been discussed out and open, and that should be, should you have any revisions or questions or modifications or additions that you'd like to see, those should be reflected in the final draft that goes out, or the final draft that's approved tonight to go out in the survey tomorrow.
okay.
Is this like a template for us to, go by? We're going to come up with our own, change it all around?
Is that the format that this
Where the actual questions that will be in the survey.
Yes.
Correct. Once we approve it tonight. Yep.
One other county added another question with an issue that they had in the county at that time, and quite frankly, that question took over the survey. So my suggestion is, if you want to do a survey with an issue you have in the county, do it separate.
Yeah, keep it
and
confined to the
keep this-
superintendent.
Keep this clean, yeah.
I think these questions look fine to me. I don't know that I have anything that I would want to add to it. I just want to make sure that we are really covering distribution.
So if I can sort of tag team on that one. I'm guessing once we decide what our survey questions are going to be, there will be a news release that goes out, because this is not on the website.
Right.
That's been created now, although it's dated February 9th and has a link. So I want to make sure that also the link is the right link.
Yeah, well.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is just a sample of what it would look like going out with the background, as Mr. Middleton mentioned.
Yeah.
And then we would have our survey would be Kent County sized.
Yeah.
That would be included with this. It's just a nicer version of what's
Yeah.
on the back, which is just a
No, the
list.
reason I'm saying
Yeah.
that is because I think Dr. Couch thought that this was already somewhere.
I thought it was, but.
Okay, but I just want to make it
It's
clear,
not.
it's not.
Yeah, it's
So,
not.
okay, yeah.
It's not. How does everyone feel with the questions? I mean, this is very similar in many respects to what we've had listed before. Obviously, the online version would include email, which is which our surveys have had, identifying what role each survey taker is, parent, guardian, student, school system employee, et cetera. And I think the other three questions leave some wide runway.
So is this the only opportunity for stakeholder input during this process? We have this tentative stakeholder involvement action in May. And
Typically, recently, it has been upfront. Now, there's another opportunity at the end for whatever stakeholder input you want about the finalists. But typically, somebody mentioned the meetings in the schools. I used to do 5, 6 meetings in schools. When we started, we'd have 200-300 responses. The last 2 that we did in a large county, I had 3 people show up.
yeah, we have
They
we have
just
similar
do
turnout.
not respond to those kind of meetings anymore. Now, I don't know about Kent County, they may flock there, but
Same thing.
everybody's
always
busy.
the same.
Everybody's
Well, and there's,
busy.
I mean, again, casting the widest net possible, there's only so much you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink kind of thing. The other thing is, there's nothing that can stop a community member for letting us know exactly what they think the next superintendent should be. So I think, we're all pretty visible, we're all pretty out there. I think the people that want to have their voice heard are going to make sure that we hear it.
They can always come to the meeting.
But
Yeah, if you decide you want an
Yeah,
open
so-
meeting,
No, I'm talking about the
Are
one
you
right here.
saying that this will be printed, but then when they open it up, they're going to have this? Because this looks pretty good, but this is going to be the.
Well, this superintendent survey document is just what is the electronic press release
Okay.
that will go out. The link will go to a Kent County version of
this.
something very similar to that.
Because this is simple, I like this.
Yeah.
I mean, it's right to the
Yeah.
point.
Yeah, and
It's-
then additionally, as Ms. Sullivan mentioned, we're also,
Spanish.
we would also have it in Spanish, but we would also have it available in hard copy, and/or if possible, the QR code has been, so if we were to put posters up in the schools,
They could,
there's also hard copy, but if there's posters with the QR code, they can just scan it and take the survey right there.
because this is sort of, when you get surveys that are really long, people get into them, and right when they get to the end, they're just like, they just want to answer that, this is right to the point, there's not a lot in here.
Yeah.
And then, as you mentioned, we could add more later possibly, or some questions later on.
No, those are going to be our questions. We're not going to change that
No, but near
survey.
the end, when we.
Well, the community engagement, I mean, it could look different,
Yeah.
right? I mean, listen, honestly, if we start seeing that we're getting a lot of steam, or a lot of involvement, we could, per the motion, revise the schedule and add on 2 or 3 listening meetings,
Oh, yeah.
to
but
be
we're
able to
not-
get that
Yeah,
additional
but-
touch point.
Yeah, but we're not
not
going to
gonna do
Right.
add another
Right.
thing. I would also think that it would be a good idea to put these surveys in places that are frequented, the community center, churches, banks,
Libraries.
maybe a place where, like, there's a lot of employees, the bigger, the hospital, the library,
Can we make sure we get the press
Yeah.
release to each of the municipalities to distribute as well?
Oh, yeah, you could have them in each of town halls,
Sure.
right there on their counters,
Sure.
too. Yeah.
When you deliver the
tell them where they
Nari's
where
Dream,
you
I
can
do
pick
the
it
one
up.
time you can stuff in all those bags.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, that's 300, or I don't know how many you have there.
yeah. That's true, yeah.
Okay, so based on the questions, based on what we're looking at, are we okay with the questions that are presented in the survey? Because that is an action item to approve.
I like it.
Is there a reason why we're saying business community member and not just community member? Because somebody might think, I'm a community member, but I'm not with the business.
Because
Sorry to be
the business
picky.
community likes to be recognized as a standalone entity.
This might be also.
It would be other.
Reach
probably.
out to, speaking of business, Chamber of Commerce.
Yep.
That, you can do that.
Yeah, they could send.
Thanks, Trish.
Sorry, well, when he said business, it made me think of it.
No, it's fine. Okay, if we're good with the questions, I would certainly entertain a motion to approve the questions as presented. Yeah, and then we would be able to be on the timeline to release the survey that includes these questions tomorrow.
I'd make a motion that we approve the superintendent stakeholder survey, the 3 questions.
Okay.
Noted on the Wycomico.
Yeah,
And there's 4.
yeah, well, one of them, yeah,
Yeah, I get
the
it.
one question is, who are you?
It's an identifier.
And- Yeah, and then the others are specific to,
Okay.
yeah.
We,
Do I need to say what the questions are? Okay. You mean you can't follow me, Gail? No, just kidding. I make a motion that we approve the superintendent stakeholder survey that's been given to us, and it's modeled after the one for Wycomico County, and we will just change the questions to reflect it to be Kent County.
I'll second that.
We have a motion by Ms. McGee, we have a second by Mr. Rhodes. Any further comments or questions? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and call for the vote. All those,
One thing I will say is that the little preamble, make sure we have the dates correct. For us, it'll be
Sure.
February 26, 2024. Yeah, okay, that's all.
sounds good. Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. I did not hear any additional comments. We'll go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Hearing no opposition, the motion passes. These survey questions have been approved. And-
Just a comment.
Please.
You have the Wycomico sample. That same sheet was used in 4 counties all the same time, the same year. So
Okay.
I just happened to copy Wycomico's.
Okay, very good. Are there any additional questions? We have 9 minutes until we would go into closed session. For Mr. Middleton, for me, please.
I do. So, just so that I can clarify for budgetary allocations and whatnot, typically when we would, the board would identify the finalists, would we pay for their airline tickets?
Yes, actually, typically, you do not pay for the first interview if you have it in person.
Right.
But after that, you pay the candidate's expenses, travel expenses.
So we'll need to keep be mindful of that and then create a budget with
Yes,
that.
absolutely.
And then including the dinner, which the last time we had it at Washington College and then had the college cater it, which I think would be really nice to do again.
It worked out well.
It worked out extremely
Yeah.
well, I thought.
You were impressed. That's what it was all about.
I was impressed.
Right. Any additional questions for the search process?
I just, and it's not necessarily a question for Mr. Middleton, but I don't know where in our tonight's meeting we should do it other than now, to say, can we direct whoever it is, whether it's Mr. DeVillio or whatever, to send this out as a press release and get it on the website tomorrow?
The survey.
Yes, okay. Thank you.
We'll take care of it.
Okay, thanks.
They've been incredible. I've got to give a big shout out to both Mr. DeVillio and Mr. Poor for the work that they've done building the website to announce the superintendent.
I mean,
It
I've been
looks
very
great.
impressed with what's been happening, and we've got some great folks there, so,
Yeah.
very good. Okay, so not hearing any additional questions in our survey, our superintendent search discussion is
Done,
ended.
ready.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you, Mr. Middleton, appreciate it.
Extent of advertising, very quickly, you have,
Yes.
you have a list of where we will advertise. I think 2 of those will be paid advertising, I already mentioned. So that's just basically for your information. We hit all of the professional organizations, and they put it out with their newsletters, so that's been helpful. The other is salary and benefit parameters. I have a handout for you which lists the current superintendents for every county in the state of Maryland. I know it's not time for you to make a decision, but it's time for you to start making a decision. Because if you wait until you have to do it, something has to go out on the application. Not exactly what you're going to pay, but there has to be some kind of statement about salary and benefits. So now is a good time to start thinking about that, because if you don't start early, you'll panic at the last 12 hours. So this is simply a state report that lists the county superintendent
Thank you.
salaries in Maryland. You probably have one.
I actually sent it to Mr. Getz
Oh, okay.
last
This was
week.
pretty.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. So we should probably include this as a discussion on the quarterly.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, and
Well,
Mr.
and I don't know. I don't know if that's something you do in closed session and then actually becomes part of it. I don't know. It's up to you.
the question I have, is it, I mean, this has salary listed. Is there anything or any way to gauge any of the additional benefits of the position? I knew you knew I was going to ask that. Days off, or, I mean, it's all over the place, I'm sure.
Every board
County's
asks that
different.
question.
Different.
That gets worked
and the
into the
answer is
contract.
No.
No,
They're-
okay.
They're not published. We can give you a gut feeling of what they are,
Yeah.
but there are a lot of creativity, there's a lot of creativity
Yeah.
out there.
And I would note that typically, I mean, you can actually use my contract as a base or as a gauge in terms of what were the benefits offered to me, but I will tell you that even when you do hire a new superintendent, potentially they may ask for other additional things, and you'll have to consider those
Sure.
at that time.
Okay, great. So this will be great reading material to get us prepped and
Yeah.
sharpened up for our conversation later.
And, I mean, the board, the superintendent contracts, which has salary and benefits in them, are all available. They're public documents.
Yep.
Yeah,
So you can get them. It just takes you to call the board president and say, I need a copy of your contract.
yeah, okay,
Some of them are reluctant, but anyhow.
yeah.
And the last thing is just a reminder that your action today needs to be put out in a public meeting, whenever your next public meeting is, and then a follow-up press release about that and so forth. That's all.
Very good. Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
We're in the timeline.
We're doing it.
You're doing it.
Feel much better. Okay, the next item on the agenda is to move into closed session. The Kent County Public Schools Board of Education members, this board, Dr. Karen Couch, the superintendent, Dan Hushin, supervisor of human resources, Adam Constas, legal counsel, and Gail Manley, executive assistant to the superintendent, will move to closed session under general provisions, Article 3-305B. Section 1 is to discuss the appointment, employment, assignment, promotion, discipline, demotion, compensation, removal, resignation, or performance evaluation of appointees, employees, or officials over whom this public body has jurisdiction, and any other personnel matter that affects one or more specific individuals. The reason for the closed session discussion is that public discussion of applicants and employee names and personal information could discourage people from working for the board and contain sensitive personal and biographical information. Personnel information is protected from disclosure under the MPIA. Section 9 is to conduct collective bargaining negotiations or consider matters that relate to those negotiations. The reason for a closed session item is to maintain the integrity of the collective bargaining process. With that being said, the administration is recommending approval to move to closed session to discuss personal items to be voted on during open session and any other personnel matters. Do we have a motion to move into closed session?
Make a motion.
Ms. Dorsey has the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Ms. McGee has the second. Are there any comments or questions? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? We're going to move into closed session, and we will be back at approximately to the open session meeting portion for the Monday, February 12th, 2024, Kent County Public Schools Board of Education meeting. The first item on the agenda, as we've opened this session back to order, is to report on the closed session that we've just come out of. The Kent County Public Schools Board of Education members, this board, Dr. Karen Couch, the superintendent, Dan Hushin, supervisor of human resources, Adam Constas, legal counsel, and Gail Manley, executive assistant to the superintendent, met in closed session under General Provisions Article 3-305B. Section 1 was to discuss the appointment, employment, assignment, promotion, discipline, demotion, compensation, removal, resignation, or performance evaluation of appointees, employees, or officials over whom this public body has jurisdiction, and any other personnel matter that affects one or more specific individuals. The purpose of this and reason for closed session is that public discussion of applicants and employee names and personal information could discourage people from working for the board and contain sensitive personal and biographical information. Personnel information is protected from disclosure under the MPIA. Section 9 was to conduct collective bargaining negotiations or consider matters that relate to those negotiations. The reason for closed session was to maintain the integrity of the collective bargaining process. This session was for information and discussion purposes only. No action was taken. Personnel actions will be voted upon by this board in Section 4, the consent agenda portion of the meeting this evening. The next item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. Ms. Messick, would you lead us, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone. The next item is the consent agenda approval. In this section, there are three sections or three items that can be voted upon under the consent agenda motion. 4A and 4B are eligible or open for Ms. Messick, our student member of the board, to vote for. We will conduct the vote for consent agenda. We just need one motion to approve the consent agenda, understanding that the vote for the student member of the board would only be for A and B, which is the minutes of January 8th and the minutes of January 23rd. Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented?
I'll make that motion.
Ms. McGee has the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Ms. Sullivan has a second. Any further comments or questions? I hear no comments or questions. We'll go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Ms. Messick?
Aye.
The ayes have it. The consent agenda motion is passed. Thank you, everyone. Moving along to Section 5, the public participation. Ms. Gale, do we have any participants at this time?
No.
Okay. Dr. Couch?
Okay, and I
You're
have a
ready to go.
short report. Yeehaw. Mr. President, members of the board, I just wanted to acknowledge Dr. Keene for writing and receiving a competitive early childhood grant that will be provided to us over the next 4 years, which amounted to about $200,000.
Great.
So that was a great thing. I'd also like to acknowledge Dr. Walker, who applied for McKinney-Vento supplemental, for the McKinney-Vento supplemental grant, which, those of you that don't know, McKinney-Vento is for the homeless population. It's funds that can be used for that. Apparently, they had some additional funding at the state level, so we were allowed to apply for it, and we wrote in the purchase of another van. So we would not lease the van, we will buy another van outright that will help us with transporting some of our homeless students. So I wanted to acknowledge that. Wanted to note that House Bill 365 was heard before the Appropriations Committee. So Francois Sullivan, myself, President Fithian, Dr. Lever, and also Mark Buckle and Christine Clark and Katie Hughes, our two teachers. Everyone provided testimony in support of House Bill 365, which is the which is the bill that would essentially reduce the county share for the middle school from 50% to 12%. So I think the bill has a really good chance of passing. As we were leaving the testimony, we did have Delegate Grice who introduced the bill to the committee. He did
I thought he did an amazing
I think he did an
job.
amazing job. I
Yeah.
wanted to say that. And I told him he did. He just was so great about talking about the challenges we have, Kent County, the fact that we are a small county, that this project is very important to our community, very important to our students and our families. And then I think we all just chimed in the right areas that we needed to. And he came out and he felt very, very positive and confident that it would make it through committee. Now, making it through committee and getting it approved on the House floor are two different things. But I also want to acknowledge Maddie was there as well. I guess she's paging at during the assembly, and she happened to look into the room and she said, "That looks like Dr. Couch." It is Dr. Couch. So she came in, and so I told her that if we have to testify again before any other committee, I think it would be great to have a student, and particularly a student board member, to also testify. So I'll be sure and reach out to her and get her to sign up for testimony. But I think we're doing everything that we can possibly do, and my goal is to get this passed so that the next superintendent can carry the ball forward and try to get this to become a reality. So, that's my goal. And then last but not least, I wanted to let you know, I'm passing out, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, there's 4. I'm very proud of our staff, our instructional staff, our teachers, our principals. We were acknowledged by MSDE, and I know we're not where we want to be with mathematics. I know that. But we are making progress. Those people that are saying, anyone who's saying that Kent County is not making progress and moving upwards in our academic achievement with our students, they are completely wrong, because we are making progress. We aren't where we want to be, I know that. We have a lot of work to do, but we have not had our foot off the gas in the last 3 years. So I wanted you to know that MSDE has sent this memo out to all school systems, and they acknowledged our school system for our progress in math proficiency in 5th grade and in 3rd grade. So this memo demonstrates that we made some amazing progress in 3rd and 5th grade. Now, you might say, well, what about the other grades? Well, you have to be able to demonstrate some progress in one area, so you can take those best practices and move them into other grade levels. And so we've been focused on that. It has been our goal. I think that what we're doing is starting to pay off, and I mean, I'm not going to be your superintendent next year, but I'm going to be watching from afar, because I think you are going to be incredibly proud of your staff and your principals for the job that they are doing in the schools. In addition, the MSDE also acknowledged grade 3 at Garnett Elementary for showing an increase in proficiency from school year 21 to school year 22-23. They made an 18% gain
Wow.
in math in 3rd grade. And then at Rock Hall Elementary, grade 4, they made a 10% gain. So not only did they acknowledge the school systems, and I gave you the memo so you can see for yourself, all of the schools and all of the school systems that were acknowledged by grade level and by subject, those that were acknowledged and highlighted at an MSDE, one of their State Board of Ed meetings. We were on there twice, and we are the smallest county, so every child matters for us. We made that progress, and then not only that, we were also acknowledged for making a huge amount of progress in those particular grade levels at our schools. So if I rewind the clock a little bit, You'll recall that we were also acknowledged at the State Board of Ed meeting for our progress at ELA. So I know we're doing the right thing. I want you to feel confident that your teachers are working as hard as they can possibly work. It takes time. You don't conquer Rome overnight. And I truly believe that it is due to the hard work and dedication of your admin staff at the district level, at the school level, and at the classroom level. And I just want to give a shout out to all their hard work, and I think you should be very proud of the work that we're doing. So that concludes my report.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Couch. Any questions on the report? Okay, we have the calendar modification.
Yes. Okay. So in our school calendar, isn't that the way it always is? We plan for 3 snow days, and the last snow came in, obviously, it was a surprise to all of us that we got more than we thought we would get. So now, to date, we've used 4 snow days, which is 1 more day than what is in our calendar. So we're going to have to make up that day. So looking at the calendar and forecasting forward, what I would propose, and this is what I'm asking for your approval to do, April the 2nd is a professional development day. So instead of adding the day at the end of the school year, which is never a good place to add the day, because basically kids don't come anyways, I don't even know why we do it, but that's what we end up doing, is adding it at the end of the day.
We're taking a day away. Taking a day away.
Or taking
Yeah.
a
Spring break,
vacation
yeah.
day away, which I don't want to do either. What I would propose that we do, and we can do that based on our plan that we turned in and was approved by MSDE, is we would convert April 2nd, which is a day that our staff comes to work anyways, but we would convert it to a synchronous virtual instruction day for our kids. So they would get online, get their instruction virtually from home, so they're still at home, but our teachers would teach them from the school that morning, and then we could have PD in the afternoon. So we're essentially just cutting their PD by half a day. And then we would, that would make up the day for the students. So then, because it's already a work day for our staff, they're not going to be able, that doesn't count as a makeup day for them. So they're going to have to, we have to figure out another way for our 10-month staff to make up the day. And this is a little outside of the norm, and that's something that we would typically do. But I would like your approval to allow them from now until the end of the school year to make up their hours equivalent to a day's worth of work by staying late, by, they could stay 30 minutes late here, an hour late there, whatever. Translate into one workday. It would be the same for our cafeteria workers. It would be the same for our bus drivers. Everybody would be able to make up that day, but they'd have between now, which is February the 12th, until the end of the school year in June to make up their time. So that's what this memo is asking for your approval.
So how do they feel about it?
I had a couple, actually 2 weeks ago, knowing that we'd already expended 1 more day than we had allocated. I had 2 different teachers at the high school actually suggest this, so I don't know.
I put it out to
Okay.
I put it out to the principals to see if they were okay with it.
Okay.
And I'm sure it's probably already out there as chatter.
Well, anyhow, they.
They all like it, I'm sure.
Yeah, they were much more in favor of that
Than adding another day.
adding a day, yeah.
Okay.
So, on the calendar now, we have the week before that, the 28th is an asynchronous day? Is that correct? And
The
then
28th of what?
I'm sorry, March. So we
Yeah.
have asynchronous on the 28th, and then spring break
Yes.
on the 29th. So we would be sending them home with their tablets anyways on the 27th, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then would we also still be able to provide paper for
Yeah, we
the
always do.
kids that weren't able to
Yeah.
do the synchronous day?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we do that anyways, And we would do that anyways. We wouldn't penalize someone because they don't have internet, can't get online. So I'm asking for your approval.
This is an action item. The administration is recommending approval to convert April 2nd, 2024 to a synchronous instructional day for that is a synchronous instructional day for students and require 10-month staff to document required hours of work that equates to 1 additional workday.
And they would get their schedule for that day on the 26th also, I assume, or I'm sorry, the 27th?
We'd make sure that everybody knew what it was.
Okay.
Do we have a motion to approve?
I'll make that motion.
Ms. McGee has the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Rhodes has the second. Any further comments or questions? Mr. Constance, just a point of, our student member of the board is able to vote for this, correct? It's not designated, it's calendar modification?
fine.
Yeah, great. Just want to follow the rules.
Yeah.
There's a ceremony.
Yes. Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. I hear no other comments. We'll go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ms. Messick?
Aye.
The ayes have it, the motion passes. Thank you, everyone, appreciate it. Okay, we'll roll right into board discussion. Ms. Messick, if we could start with you, that'd be fantastic.
No problem. Hi, everybody. So, as Dr. Couch previously mentioned, last week I had the honor of paging for the Maryland General Assembly and representing Kent County. It was the most amazing experience. Like, really, I had such a great time. And as Dr. Couch previously mentioned, I've witnessed Dr. Couch and Ms. Sullivan and Mr. Lever and Delegate Grist testify for the House bill that will increase state funding for our middle school. So it just happened. That was a chance thing. I would have loved to testify for it. I had no idea it was on the same week that I was already in Annapolis. But it was watching them testify for this bill showed me what I already knew, that these members cared so much about providing the best education for our students. I've seen firsthand how little representation Kent County gets at the state level, and advocating for our community is not a small task. I mean, I literally had 2 other pages not know where Kent County was, not know what it was. They had no idea we existed. So it was just awesome. I can't say thank you enough for all the time and effort that you guys put into our school system. And I also want to thank all the teachers and everybody else who testified for this bill. It just showed how much we care, and it was really just amazing. While I was in Annapolis, I also testified for a bill, not this bill, which I wish I had, but it's okay. I testified for Senate Bill 386, which is a bill that will hopefully grant every SMOB across the state the same voting rights as the state SMOB currently has. So I testified alongside my peers from all across the state, including the current state SMOB and SMOBs from other counties, student advocates, things like that. Kent County is the only county on the Eastern Shore that has a legally recognized student member of the board, which was just passed last year. So thank you all for who testified for that, which I also testified for. And I have the honor of an advisory vote. And I really do love that, but I will continue to stand for what I believe in, and I urge our community to do the same. I want everyone to be an advocate for our county. So testifying was simply a perk of my experience as a page. I truly learned and gained so much from that experience. I was even lucky enough to be in the chamber as Governor Moore addressed the state of the state. So that was phenomenal. That was the craziest thing. I was so happy I'm so excited to apply what I have learned from this program to this position as student member. And I'm so thankful that our county supports this program. I want to urge any of my fellow peers to please take advantage of this opportunity and any other program we have. I am lucky enough to have another week of paging in March, so I will be there for a whole other week and hopefully testify for some more bills, represent Kent County, and just provide a lot of, to learn a lot of stuff. So
Let me know when you're going to be there, so I can keep that in mind if we get called to testify there.
Perfect, I will. It would be great. So moving on from that, I just wanted to share, it was so cool. For our calendar of events, on Wednesday the 14th, the middle school is holding a Valentine's Day dance at 2:30. Galena Elementary School, the 4th graders and band students will get to experience a presentation from Karen Somerville on February 13th. Her music and stories will focus on Black History Month. The Kent County Public Schools are closed Friday the 16th. It's a staff professional development day, and the middle school also has a home basketball game at that on Friday. Monday, the 19th, schools are also closed for President's Day. Wednesday, the 21st, Minority Scholars Program will have an induction at 6 o'clock at the high school. Thursday, the 22nd, is spring sports orientation at the high school at 6 o'clock. Thursday, the 29th, is the senior class trip. We are going to Road Top Mountain Resort, which will be really exciting. Rock Hall Elementary School is holding its annual Black History Month celebration on Friday, February 23rd. STEM night at Rock Hall Elementary School is on Wednesday, February 28th at 5:30. 7th grade is taking a field trip to DC on March 5th. Wednesday, March 6th is a half-day dismissal for staff professional development. 8th grade will be doing MISA testing beginning the 12th, and Friday the 15th is, March 15th is college and career fair at the high school and Trojan Trample, so.
That's great. Thank you very much, Ms. President. Appreciate it. Thank you. Ms. Dorsey?
I would like to just thank the staff who has been helping our students. It's mainly at the elementary level that we were hearing, the ones that have came in and made presentations to tell us how they were trying to help them improve in mathematics and different areas that they have needed to come up in. And just looking at the paper that we were just given about Kent County and where they fell, that shows that they are making improvements. So I just want to thank those who have been making that effort to try to look at each student and help them where they are, I'm hoping that we can do even, continue to do just that even at the middle school and high school level. I also, something that's been heavy on my heart, and I just want to say that I hope that we can work on the communication between the school and parents and try to make that more of a priority. Sometimes, when parents may have questions, or maybe the school wants to speak with the parents about a certain issue, it seems to be a bridge there that's not being crossed. The parents may not have the best attitude, and I'm not going to say the school doesn't, but I'm going to say that sometimes the communication as far as trying to get in touch with someone, it's difficult. And I think that it should be more of an open door between the parents and the staff. And I think we need to work on that. Whatever the reason is, I just think we need to work on it, because back in the day, we just didn't have that issue. I think it would make it better for the students if it was more of an open door between, the parents and the staff. Another thing that's I've been thinking about and haven't said much in the meetings, and that's bullying. I just so wish we could address that a little bit more and make that a priority for our kids, because it really plays a part with everything, their learning, their safety, etc. And especially when it comes to them learning and wanting to go to school and feeling good about themselves. I want a child to feel good about themselves from preschool all the way to 12th grade. And I think they deserve that, as they grow and develop. So I just would like for us to put a little bit more time in that and address it, when it comes up. That's all.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Dorsey. Ms. McGee?
Yeah, so I want to first give Maddie a shout out. I watched live her testimony. It was Friday, wasn't it? And they were all, I just want to say, they were all female students, and they were incredibly eloquent. And Maddie is really embracing every opportunity that Kent County Public Schools offers our students that kids just don't take advantage of. Now, the PAGE program has existed from the beginning. Now, it's been decades since I graduated, and my classmates serve that. So it's not something new. It's a long-standing, very prestigious thing. And you represented yourself and Kent County Public Schools very well. And I just applaud you for your composure and your courage. I mean, you haven't held back at all this whole year on how you felt about things, and even you said Friday in that testimony that your school district doesn't support your position, but that didn't keep you from saying what you wanted to say, so I applaud you for that. I want to just give out some shout-outs to our Kent County High School, primarily our high school kids. So Friday was the region championship in track, and we have 2 region champions. Larry Stewart, who broke a 40-year school record, won the high jump, and Kiari, I don't know if I'm pronouncing her first name correctly, her last name's Hawkins, she's a sophomore. She broke her own school record by 2 feet in the shot put, and they're both going to the state championships, which is in another week. Also, the Minority Scholars Program on February 21st. The keynote speaker is going to be Moran Brown, class of 1991, who in the fall went into Kent County High School's Athletic Hall of Fame. In addition to being an amazing athlete, he took advantage of his Kent County public school education, got himself a bachelor's degree, 2 master's degrees, and a PhD from Johns Hopkins, and he is a school psychologist for I think it's Prince George's County. So I know that he will have a really, and he's a man of color, so he is going to have a very powerful message for our students, and I'm really looking forward to hearing what he has to say. I also want to give a shout out to Tyree Johnson and the Achieving Academic Equity and Excellence for Black Boys program at Kent County Middle School, because on Saturday they were among the honorees for the Frederick Douglass Day of Acknowledgement at Washington College. So again, a lot of noise in the community sometimes about all of our many failings, and not enough noise being made about our achievements. So it's always a good day to be a Trojan. All righty.
Thank you, Ms.
That's
McGee. Mr. Rhodes?
First of all, Maddie, that's great what you did on Friday. It's wonderful. It's nice to see support from our students, because it's a service, and that's what your whole life is going to be, especially at the school, service other people. I want to also mention what Dr. Couch said about Garnett. I haven't been involved as much in Rock Hall and at Gales, but I feel that Garnett is really making a lot of progress. I mean, it's incredible. I know a lot of the students, I know a lot of the teachers, and they're excited, and as you know, English and math are very important in those grades, because if they don't learn well there, they're not going to carry it into the middle school. And I just feel that school's doing well, and I know the other ones are too. I just want to learn more about them, but it's very exciting at Garnett what's going on. So I was also at that Frederick Douglass event. That was very well done. It was a nice event. So that's all I really have to say. I do know one thing. Someone was just saying about how people are saying things about the school system. When I go in and talk to teachers, it's a lot of positive things going on. We need to let the community know. I don't know why people are complaining so much, but there's so many good things going on here. As you just said, the sports, all the events, and we just need to get that out there more somehow, because things are, I really feel confident that we're on the up and up right now. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Rhodes. Ms. Sullivan?
Mine is also kind of short and sweet. Last week, I was also in Annapolis, as Dr. Couch mentioned, giving testimony in favor of HB 0365, the school construction bill. And I wanted to also say thank you to Dr. Lieber and County Commissioner Fithian for joining us. I will say that the committee that we gave testimony to was very engaged, very interested, and very concerned about the safety of our students. They had questions about, is the school safe for our students currently?
That was actually a question.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So they are concerned, and they are thinking of us. And I also, I can't think of a better representative for us in Annapolis than Maddie. I think that she speaks well for herself, and is just a really wonderful representative for not just our schools, but for Kent County. So thank you for doing that. And in addition, I'd also like to acknowledge our schools and staff for the improvements that were brought up tonight on the math scores. I want to thank you for all your hard work, and clearly it's working, and we'll keep moving up. And as Trish and Frank mentioned, I want to congratulate Tyree and Desmond Hasty for their recognition on Saturday for their work with the AAEEBB. So, thank you.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Sullivan. Maddie, again, I'm not going to reiterate, but I think maybe governor or something higher might be something.
She's already.
There might be some other aspirations, but it's just to kind of loop that back around. It's pretty amazing to watch from a distance and how you conduct yourself. And I'm not going to go through, but well done. Like, it's just really nice to see you sticking up for what you stand for, what you believe in and stuff. So, that's really, really awesome. And we still have some time left.
So, yeah, we do.
So it's pretty amazing to see how you're kind of rolling along. So great job there. I just want to also touch base. Prior to closed session, we had an hour-long discussion on the superintendent search. In the next couple days, please visit our website. Please engage in the survey. Please engage in the tools. Understand the process. We committed to a timeline. The train is moving down the tracks. I hope my fellow board members understand also that we are moving down the tracks. And if there are questions, obviously, please contact me directly, and we'll definitely work through it. But this will be a great process. We'll have time to celebrate and do other things for Dr. Couch when she leaves, but we, as mentioned, alongside the superintendent search.
After we celebrate, they were like, whatever.
We also have the budget process, so it's going to be very busy. It's a good process. And finally, again, there have been thank yous and appreciation, but just to our teachers and staff and our administrators, to be able to be recognized from MSD and our interim state superintendent. I mean, it's not easy. And to see the schools that are lined up there, and to see our place in those positions and working along, I mean, it's not over, right? I mean, we definitely know, and to see our folks constantly pushing and constantly helping the kids, it's just really, it means a lot, and it's just really appreciated. So thank you, everyone, for all the hard work that you're doing.
Excuse me. I
Yes.
have something else to say. I don't want to be taken in the wrong way, so I didn't know if I was said something that would make what I said would come over as a misunderstanding, as if I was complaining about the school system. I heard Frank say that one of us said, so I was the only one that said something about the communication. And Frank, I'm not saying that that's what you meant. I'm just going to clarify just in case there was a misunderstanding in what I said about the communication between the parents and staff in the school and different things like that. And I'm not criticizing the teachers per se or anything like that, but what I'm saying is sometimes this is in the office or somewhere where the messages come in. But what I'm saying is that sometimes we can have a busy day. You could just be busy with everything else that's going on, but I just think we should make it a priority that we communicate better with parents so that they can feel comfortable about their children and feel like that they're safe, because if someone is trying to call you, could be telling you that little Johnny or Murray is about to, they were on the verge of suicide that morning. So calling them back, 3 days later or a week later may not be good. I mean, I'm not saying, that's just an example, is all. But as a parent, when you call, you may have something that's important to you that you would like an answer to. And you expect that someone will call you back. That's all I was saying. And as far as the bullying, I do believe that we all are familiar with things like that. I don't think I was out of place to mention it. So, and everything that I say, I'm concerned with the children. I'm concerned about them. I'm concerned with our students and for them to have a better chance or, to set a better atmosphere as far as learning. So hopefully it didn't offend anyone, but really if it did, it's not really that, I'm not concerned with that. I'm concerned with getting it solved and settled. Okay, that's all I'm saying.
Okay, thank you very much. We will move into education services. The first item on the 8A, actually, is the Orton Gillingham presentation. And I see our presenters are walking forward.
And while they're walking forward, I would like to, again, this is the time when we're acknowledging the work of our staff, and I just want to publicly acknowledge the hard work from our special ed group here, and they have been very instrumental in pushing out the Orton-Gillingham initiative and the science of reading that we have in our schools. And I think it's because of their dedication, which you'll hear a lot of the preliminary data, but both Dr. Keene and Dr. Costa Gooding. I always get confused which name comes first, but you too. I just want to acknowledge their hard work and their focus and their dedication in this initiative, because without them, I think we wouldn't be as far along as we are as well. So I just want to acknowledge them publicly.
Yeah, and I'll just add one more too. Again, the grants that we're finding and that we're participating in, I know it's hard work. So hats off to you guys also for that and the other grant. I mean, it's anything is just super helpful. So thank you both, for going after that and getting those monies. That's just pretty fantastic. So thank you.
So, thank you, President Guest, Dr. Couch, members of the board. I do want to present tonight an overview of Orton-Gillingham that was funded through an extensive amount of grant money. We've been able to partner with Total One and use some of that funding as well to breathe with some special education access equity progress money in order to really look at the science of reading and to incorporate the Orton-Gillingham approach, the how of what we're doing, into our everyday instruction through Tier 1, instruction in our reading blocks, kindergarten through second grade, looking at how we're going to extend this to third grade through sixth grade, how we're using this for Tier 2 and Tier 3 intervention all the way through that high school. So we'll let Dr. Costa Gooding start.
So we are very excited to be able to implement Orton-Gillingham instruction in our early primary grades this year. So Orton-Gillingham instruction is based in the science of reading, which is a vast body of research about reading that's related to how proficient reading and writing is developed and how we can really effectively assess and teach our students these great reading skills. The science of reading is considered the what of reading, while our OG instruction is considered the how. So the science of reading teaches us the simple view of reading, which is that word recognition and language comprehension are multiplied together to equal reading comprehension. So without one of those pieces, without word recognition or without language comprehension, we know that our students would not be able to develop solid reading comprehension skills. Without having both of those, we know that reading comprehension will be an area of need for our students. When we break down the skills in the area of reading, they tend to fall in two different categories, which are outlined here. So the first category is language comprehension, which is made up of those blue strands that you see in the Scarborough's reading rope, which tend to become increasingly strategic over time. And the other category is the word recognition components, which become increasingly automatic over time. These skills intertwine or break together to create what we know as skilled reading. In order to support this, KCPS has divided our reading block up into two categories. So our first category is our Learn to Read block, which is focusing on developing skills in the area of phonics and orthography, and really using that direct, explicit, multi-sensory instruction. This again uses our OG instruction, whereas the other period is our Read to Learn block, which incorporates reading instruction using our Wonders curriculum, really focusing on the comprehension piece. So when we go back to our reading road, we can see that our Read to Learn period really focuses on those language comprehension strands, and our Learn to Read block really dives into the word recognition piece.
So what is important to remember is that Orton-Gillingham isn't just an intervention. It's really an approach to how we are teaching our children how to read. So this is what these components really define what the OG approach is. The essential components of multisensory instruction, the structured, sequential, cumulative approach to teaching reading, along with language-based activities. So it's more than just multisensory learning or instruction. It also uses fine motor and gross motor activities such as tapping, pounding, to teach students sound syllable relationships, along with higher order complex concepts such as high frequency words. This approach really builds upon itself. So it teaches those fundamental structures of language that we encounter every day. So when we think about those essential elements of an Orton-Gillingham lesson, we have our three-part drill. And that's really composed of three components, including the visual, auditory, and kinesthetic elements. In that three-part drill, letter cards such as, you can see here, are displayed to students as known sounds, as dictated, and using a sand tray or other multisensory medium, students write letters with naming and underlining each letter. The three-part drill also includes a blending component in which cards are separated and students work to blend sounds to form those words. The next is the vowel intensive, and dictation goes along with that of the writing. So the vowel intensive is what you're going to see as our students progress through the Orton-Gillingham instruction. So it's another component of the OG lesson. The vowel intensive uses multisensory strategies to reinforce vowel sounds in isolation and as components in syllables. And then we have our red words. Our red words are the words that they just have to know automatically. They're not going to be able to decode those words. They're using multisensory strategies to identify these sounds and learning to spell the red words. Students will practice arm tapping, where you'll see the students going down their arm to sound out the words. You'll also see gross motor movement. Maybe they're jumping, maybe they're doing other activities to really extend those sound syllable relationships along with what they have to know automatically with their red words. So if you were going to see an Orton-Gillingham lesson, you would see all of those components, and you would then go into other essential elements such as our syllabication. So that's a component of the OG instruction that focuses on dividing words to help students with vocabulary and those word attack skills when they encounter an unfamiliar word. In Orton-Gillingham, new concepts are taught to students using that systematic, explicit instruction that includes multi-sensory components. What you're going to see also is that they do this in a multi-sensory, systematic way with underlining and making the letters, identifying the sounds. And then finally, the final component is going to be those decodable readers. So throughout the week, students are working to highlight or underline words with new talk concepts, identified red words, and they read those decodable readers and answer comprehension questions related to the decodable reader. So what does our data tell us? Our data tells us that we are making progress. So we're going to show you the data in a little bit of a different format. So when we look at where we were in the fall, we looked at levels 3, 4, and 5. Those skills our children already had. These are the skills that they need to have to be proficient readers, to be able to decode those texts. What we know is that 11% of our students were scoring at that 3, 4, or 5. For the two schools that did administer this assessment again, in the winter, we found that 47% of our kindergarten students had jumped to levels 3, 4, and 5. So that's a 36% increase.
It's huge.
Yeah.
And then for our first grade, we also noted that in the beginning of the year in the fall, we had about 70% of our students falling in levels 3, 4, and 5. And then of the winter administration, that number has risen to 88% of students who are now at levels 3, 4, or 5. So another interesting concept for us to really look at with this data is that red piece of the pie. So what does the red tell us? The red tells us in the beginning 11% of our children were not able to perform where they needed to perform in order to get that accurate score. And you can see that now in the winter we have decreased that. So we have moved to 8%. So we have moved our children out of that beginning level to be able to start to read.
So grade 2 is going to look a little bit different. So grade 2, this data really focused on those children who needed that targeted approach. While we anticipate seeing growth in the spring, our second graders who were targeted in interventions are currently maintaining their current levels of proficiency. So what we knew was that when we started this, these were the students that had been exposed to the Wonders program the longest, had not been exposed to Orton Gillingham from the very beginning, like our kindergartners and first grade children. So we knew that we were going to have more jumps and more hurdles that we were going to have to conquer with this group. So what we feel is that the proficiency levels it can really be attributed to the group of students that had that greatest exposure to the previous curriculum. So therefore, we knew we would need to provide more intensive interventions to this group, and we had to go back to close some of those gaps using the kindergarten and first grade OG lessons in order to make sure that our children had all those foundational skills.
So looking forward, like I said, we're very excited to be able to implement Orton Gillingham in Kent County. We have purchased ongoing coaching from our MC consultant to be transferring on a monthly basis. So our teachers had some professional development training with their consultant last month. They had it again this month, and they're very excited to look forward to that opportunity next month as well. We have also intentionally worked in grade level unit mapping opportunities and school-based PLC meetings for teachers on a monthly basis. Our teachers are also being very intentional with their data analysis. They analyze their data each week on Fridays, and they submit that to the county level. They also submit that to their building coaches, and then they work collaboratively to plan proactively from there to not only target effectively in their Tier 1 instruction, but also their Tier 2 and their Tier 3 needs. So again, that collaborative planning piece is very important. We are also really excited to pursue morphology training for our grades 3 and up in the spring and summer for next school year. We also know that our grade 3 teachers will need to be trained on our NCOG Plus, what we're currently using in second grade, to continue to fill in some of those gaps and to be increasing rigor in this new program. And then additionally, we have NC morphology training scheduled for 5 additional teachers this spring, which we're very excited about. We also have a teacher who is currently completing a practicum to dive more into Orton Gillingham, and she loves it. She's learning so much, she says, and she's always sharing new information with us. What we're very excited about is to have her complete the MC district trainer training, so that we'll be able to have a district trainer at our level to be able to train new teachers as they come in, provide ongoing professional development, and really keep this initiative at the forefront. So we're very excited about the progress that our students are making, and then also just how, you know, the trajectory forward.
That's great.
So we don't want this to just be something that we did, and then as we lose teachers, or teachers move on to different positions within our district, for it to be something that, well, I wish we had, you know, funding to do this. We've also used grant funding to fund her training position with the practicums where she will actually go out and do trainings at other districts, receive that feedback, and then be able to bring that back to us for all of our new teachers that we hire over the summer, throughout the school year, to work with additional special educators and general education teachers, as this is part of our Tier 1 as well. So,
Well, before we take questions, I'd just like to note as well, and I don't know if you know this, but our new interim state superintendent and the State Board of Ed adopted a resolution and a plan that every school system in Maryland will implement the science of reading. So I want you to know that we are already ahead of the game, because in terms of what the state superintendent spoke to the superintendents about, where she's driving the initiative as a state, we're already beyond that. So I want you to feel good about what we're doing and that we are on the right track, and we had the foresight, if you will, to know that this is where we're going to see the greatest gain.
I'd like to say one thing. I think this is one of the best programs I have ever seen at this school system. And the reason I'm saying that is I was fortunate enough to go, there was an administrative day, and I went to one of the seminars at Garnett. And the excitement with the teachers and the young ladies that were showing the class and how this Orton Gillingham works is just amazing. I'm very, very excited about this, and I hope, because this is where they need to start to learn to read and do all that. And I just, whenever this came into the school system, it's just a wonderful program, and I was able to see it firsthand, and thank you for what you do.
And I believe you probably saw our district trainer probably giving the training.
Yeah, he
Yes.
did. He did. That's who was training. That's the one that was in charge of it, yeah.
I want to say a couple things. One is what Dr. Counts referenced, because the interim state superintendent was the superintendent in Mississippi, which is where, Frank, remember when you handed out, back in November or December, you handed us out the New York Times?
Yes, yeah.
That's who this interim state superintendent is, from Mississippi. I character counts at Garnett on Fridays, and 2 weeks ago, I was in my first grade class, and I was looking over, and they had some, there was, might as well have been in hieroglyphics. I didn't know what the heck it was. So I said to the teacher, explain to me what that is. Well, she didn't get a chance to, because the first graders jumped right in and they were explaining to me and going down their arm and doing all this other stuff. I'm like, it's a completely new, different way of learning, but they were very, very comfortable with it. And when the school year started, Mrs. Rose at Garnett told me that this is really the most innovative, actually, I think she used the word best thing in her entire teaching career that we've ever introduced into our schools. So the teachers and the administrators have embraced it, which is half the probably more than half the battle. So, but the kids seemed really excited. Now, last year, I don't even remember how I learned to read. I just know that I can read. But I remember last year the words were sight words. So this year, when I used the word sight words, oh no, they're red words. I'm like, good Lord, I can't keep up, So anyhow, but the kids, the most important thing is the kids know what's going on. So it made me smile, actually, to see that they were just all in about it, so.
And the great thing about that is, when we trained our special education teachers to begin with, it was our general teachers that came to us and asked.
Can we have this?
Yeah.
Because they were seeing the progress that our special education students were making. We can do this for everybody, anywhere we go now.
Yeah.
And so that's why we ended up writing our grants the way we did, because right away to get everybody on board.
Well, thank you for having that insight, or I don't know what the right word is, but thank you for doing that.
Well, and then I would just like to add also again, but the great news is, because we're a small county, we were able to train all of our teachers, and that's what makes, there are downsides for being small, and then there are upsides for being small. Pushing out new initiatives is one of the upsides, because we can train all of our teachers, and then, just think of a larger district, how, what would be their success rate, or how long would it take them to train all of their kindergarten, first, second, and third grade teachers and special ed teachers, and say, oh, we did it in a year. So for us to be able to do that and push it out, and then have our administration make sure that the teachers are doing it with fidelity, it speaks very highly, and the importance, I think, for us, and the selling points that we have in being a small school system.
It's clear the benefits of the Orton Gillingham approach, and I'm curious, because you do recognize the students who have not gone through the sort of foundational support from Orton Gillingham, how far up in grades can the Orton Gillingham approach go, and are there supplemental approaches for a fifth grader, sixth grader, that sort of thing?
Absolutely. So that's where our morphology is going to touch on those older students.
Yep.
And then we're able to train those sixth grade teachers as well. We're training our special education teachers with morphology, because by the time they get to seventh grade, if they would still need that support, most likely they're getting some intensive instruction or specially designed instruction.
And we have our sixth grade teachers, who are, two of them are already trained, and then we have some other middle school teachers who are pending in that morphology training. Theirs is already scheduled for the spring, which is very exciting. And then for our special educators, we do have them implementing Orton Gillingham strategies all the way up through high school to really target some of those discrepancies that they have in some of their learners.
That's wonderful. Great, thank you.
I think it's really awesome to see. Like, I was an intern all last semester at Rock Hollow Elementary School in 2nd grade. So I worked with Lauren Gillingham. I had to learn the whole program because that was, I mean, they didn't teach it. That was not how it was taught when I went through elementary school. And I think it really also gave a lot of, like, my mentor teacher specifically, when she knew that her 2nd grader wasn't really getting it, was struggling, it offered a place where she could say, okay, well, here's another way to do it. Because she could go back in the Lauren Gillingham program and do that. And that was, it was amazing. I became so attached to these students and their learning. I was so invested, and it was awesome to see how they would love to read and to learn. And it's awesome.
Great. Any additional comments or questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, we're going to move into the next item, the fiscal year 25 school calendar approval. Mr. Hushin.
Thank you, President, Dr. Cass, school board members. Tonight, we bring forward the 2 final school calendar templates for 2024 and 2025. Last month, we met and had a pretty in-depth discussion and received some feedback from you and direction going forward with our school calendar. So we took that feedback, finalized our school calendar templates, both post-Labor Day starts. One includes shorter breaks with school ending for students on Thursday, June 12th, and 10-month staff ending on Friday, June 13th. And the second template includes the longer winter break, the longer spring break, and a later end date. The 2 templates are attached in board docs, but if you would like hard copies in front of you, I have some here.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I'm good. Appreciate it. I did.
Thank you.
I will note, I don't know if this is part of your presentation, Mr. Hushin, but I know the board made a decision to go with the majority that wanted to start after Labor Day, and once we put the 2 templates out of starting after Labor Day, we had quite a number of employees that said, hey, well, what happened to the one that shows before Labor Day? Well, we didn't do that because that's not where the majority was. So I just want you to know that there were complaints from employees that didn't have the other one, so you never can.
Did they fill out the survey?
I don't know.
So that's something that I always will respond back with, and as we all know, we have very tight parameters to work with when creating these calendars. But what you have up in front of you tonight is the results from the final calendar vote, and it's kind of a landslide. 74.9% are in favor of the post-Labor Day start with the shorter breaks, that with a end date of June 12th for students and June 13th for our 10-month staff. As you can see, we had about 327 votes. 34.3% were from 10-month staff. 43.4 were from our Kent County Public School parents, and an additional 9.2 from our 12-month staff. So the majority of the votes came from our parents and our staff.
Again, it sounds really well. It sounds great to have longer breaks and start after Labor Day and finish by June the 12th, but can't do it. There's not enough time in the school year.
So just some final considerations for all of you before you take action. Some final decisions that we made as a committee were having a professional development day, no student day on Friday, November 1st, which is the day after Halloween, and we were able to get the spring conference day in March for both school calendar templates. Any questions? Thoughts, comments?
Okay, this is an action item. So we have two calendars in front of us, and we know what the masses have chosen.
Choose wisely.
I would like to entertain a motion to choose wisely.
Well, I feel like the people have spoken, and survey says, shorter breaks and get out of school earlier. So the calendar that has June 12th as the last day for students would be my
Motion?
motion.
Ms. McGee has the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Second by Mr. Rhodes. Any further comments or questions?
Done.
Okay, hearing none, we'll go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor for the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Ms. Messick?
Aye.
The ayes have it. The calendar that Ms. McGee motioned and approved has passed.
Oh, so let's put it all on
No,
there.
no, no.
Yeah.
Well, we didn't say call it A or B or
Yeah,
1 or
right,
2
I gotcha.
or X or Y, so
Yeah.
the one that you, yeah.
And her
Okay.
phone number is.
Next year, I will come with option A, option,
Yeah, thank you.
option B, so it's an easier motion.
Okay, so we'll move on to the severe weather virtual plan.
Good evening, President Getz, members of the board. This is the second time I am presenting to you just an overview of the inclement virtual weather plan for Kent County Public Schools for next year. The last time I was here, I shared with you the changes that were put in place due to Senate Bill 610. And the key change here is basically that whatever days are built into our calendar must be used first before the district would be able to move into any type of closures that would be virtual days. That is new this year, and there is no longer an option for the asynchronous. So no more graduation asynchronous days and other days.
And that's legislative
Correct.
mandate.
This slide basically just reviews one more time the key components of our plan, which have not changed from our previous weather plan. We will still take attendance during that time. We will still, as you heard tonight, provide opportunities for paper and make-up work if students are unable to get the work done on an inclement weather day. We will ensure that all staff and students, including those with disabilities or multilingual learners, have necessary devices at home and access to Wi-Fi, and include specific strategies for the continued implementation of IEPs, accommodations, and related services in the event of a inclement weather day. So tonight, this is an action item, and I'll just quickly go through the slides one more time. We understand that face-to-face is the best type of learning and where we want to be. However, this plan allows us, in the event of severe weather, to authorize the superintendent of Kent County Public Schools to be able to have the authority to call a virtual day once the other days have been used in the calendar. We will offer equity during this virtual day by surveying our parents in advance to see if there are families that either need any type of device or access to the internet at home, or if they have a home perhaps where there is no internet, we will be sure to provide paper packets to those families as well. Teachers will deliver live instruction. This is part of our plan. We will use Schoology as our management system as we have this year through conferences. Schoology also offers a place for teachers to house their materials, and it's one that our teachers and students at the secondary level use on a pretty regular basis anyway. The elements include providing remote instruction, allowing time to address the social emotional needs of students, engaging in both whole group and small group, allowing time for pause and movement breaks when they are having a virtual day, participating in special areas, so our art and music and PE would also have time during that virtual day to interact with our students, and any other related services. At the middle school level and the high school, they'll again receive remote instruction. They'll engage in both whole group and small group. They will have time to work independently on assignments, and including variety of breaks and access to related services. We are required, and we do provide accommodations for students with disabilities, and those services will be provided whether we are providing face-to-face or synchronous instruction. Special education and general education teachers will collaborate to ensure that students with an IEP or 504 receive the appropriate accommodations. We heard the importance of communication tonight, and this slide just emphasizes that Kent County will provide as much notice as possible, and at a minimum will inform schools in the community as soon as it is feasible, at least the day before a virtual inclement weather day will occur, to allow us to let them take the devices home and prepare for that. The plan will be posted both on the main page of our website as well as the schedules on the school websites. Schools will then, in addition to that, communicate the plan along with school-specific details with their staff, students, and families through a variety of methods, which will include posting the students' schedules and any specific information. Attendance policy, students will be expected to attend. That is the expectation. They get on and join that synchronous instruction. However, if there is internet access due to the location of their home, even with a hotspot, they will be marked present upon submission of their work once they complete that the following day. If a student is absent for instruction, they will not be penalized. Their absence will be marked as excused as long as they make up the work in accordance with the make-up policy for Kent County Public Schools. These are sample schedules provided by our principals to see a glance. They may be adjusted slightly for next year, but this is what we are posting as our proposed plan. You'll see it indicates a full day and lets you take a look sort of at what that rotation would look like from special areas to content areas to time at the end of the day for small group instruction and flexible groups. Several middle school schedules, looking at how they are also providing time for both their unified arts, small group rotations, as well as the major content areas. And the high school follows their period, their block schedule right there, period by periods, 1, 2, 3, and 4, including the lunch as well, allowing time for related service providers to pull groups throughout the day. That is the end of that slideshow, but, sorry, I didn't realize it would go dark. So I am seeing if we can please request the ability to authorize the superintendent to provide a day of virtual education in the 24-25 school year once all other severe weather days have been incorporated into the calendar have been exhausted.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
So, after we used 3 and we were in arrears, earlier, I guess it was this month, we were proactive and
Yes.
sent home devices and didn't need them, right?
Right.
Okay, just checking.
Yeah, we
Okay.
did.
And
And, you know, we
it is a
wouldn't-
good practice.
Yeah, and we, in the old days, when I was in school, we called them snow days because that was really the only kind of inclement weather, but our first day was actually the flooding day.
Yes.
So we had 3 snow days and a rain day.
Right.
So, yeah, okay.
I think that's why we had such a long name on the opening slide. Virtual inclement weather, whatever, goes on and on
Okay,
and on.
gotcha.
Trying to include everything in there.
Any additional comments?
I have one comment. I understand we want to have these days, but what's wrong with having these virtual days every time you have a snow day? I know that's
We
not going to
can't.
go over too well, but we just keep learning and have the kids keep studying. You're going to lose 3 days with those snow days. I know it's not a good idea, but it would be great if we could consider something like that. I mean,
You want to come answer my phone when when it rings?
No, I understand, well, you're not, if we're gonna do the day, I understand what you're saying, I just brought it up, but if you're gonna have these virtual days, then you don't have to come in and get your phone, it's an automatic, it's just gonna happen, correct?
Well,
I mean, I'm just saying, if
I think
We-
we all acknowledge that we live in a county that values tradition, and when we lived through COVID together, we learned the importance of, and the
Face-to-face.
challenges as well, the importance of
Yes. Right.
face-to-face and the challenges of going virtual.
Right.
And I think there is something to be said in this community of families wanting a chance to have that surprise snow day for
Yeah,
whatever reason.
all joking aside,
Because
a snow day can be a mental health day, you know?
yeah,
for the
it
children.
could.
Yes.
Well,
They need
and
it.
honestly, and I'm not trying to be smart, but
No, that's all right.
I'm just saying that there are lots of parents that absolutely hate virtual days.
Yes.
And so it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. I get all of that, but this now follows the legislation, so we'll put our 3 snow days in there. And then if we have to, we'll have to just tell the parents, we have no choice now.
Yeah.
and you have to answer your phone.
Yeah, and I have to answer my own phone. Well, somebody else can answer my
I
phone.
think they would better understand it, though, what you have in the snow days, and then making a virtual day just to try to, eliminate being in school later. I think they would agree with that, better than taking all the snow days away and then doing a virtual. That could kind of put them into shock.
This is our 3rd time bringing this forward, and I do think it's better in the sense that it is so early. Parents are well aware, and they know what next year will look like once we exhaust those 3 days.
Yeah, because, so the legislation doesn't go into effect till next year, but Queen Anne's did kind of a creative thing, I guess I'll say. They took President's Day away from them. I think they still have an extra snow day that they haven't used, but they're holding that aside in case they have to use it. So instead, to maintain that one snow day,
Right.
they took President's Day. So President's Day will be a day of instruction, with still one snow day, in the fund balance, so to speak, if they need it.
Oh, boy.
And then if they don't use it,
Right.
they'll shorten their school year by a day. But next year, that won't be an option.
Nope.
I gotcha, yeah.
Okay, so this is an action item. Administration is requesting board approval to authorize the KCPS superintendent to provide a day of virtual education in the 24-25 school year once all the severe weather days incorporated into the approved calendar have been exhausted. Do we have a motion to approve this action item?
I'll make that motion.
Ms. McGee has the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Ms. Dorsey. Any further comments or questions?
Just a language question. It says to provide a day of virtual education. Does that mean only a single day of virtual education can be provided, or is it just a day of virtual
A
education?
day at a time. it should be,
It's
right.
basically a day at a time.
It's just, okay.
It's,
Okay.
Yeah, one thing I will say.
don't overthink it.
Yeah, one thing I will say is because this is being driven from the top, it's a situation that every school district, so that you don't find
Right.
everybody
It'll bring
doing
consistency.
their own thing. So, yeah, I think there's certain value in that, so.
We are going to have to continue to put our thinking caps on, though, because in addition to this, we'll be working with technology, because we'll also have to do a more comprehensive plan in the event of another happening like COVID. So we
Yowza.
haven't created that yet, but we'll be back, I'm sure.
That's
We
for
have-
the next person.
We have a motion and we have a second. Had some comments. I'd like to go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Ms. Messick?
Aye.
The ayes have it. The motion is passed. Thank you, Ms. Giacomones. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Okay, we're going to move into the overview of equity.
And I am only up here for the introduction, to introduce my colleague that you've met before, not only our blueprint guru, but also one who's going to give you an outstanding overview of some of the things that we've been teaming up together to do across several departments to address equity as a school system. So, Tom?
No pressure, Mr. Porter.
Good
pressure.
evening, President Getz, Dr. Couch, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to review some of our equity initiatives that
that we feel are very successful here in Kent County Public Schools. So this evening, I did want to revisit sort of what brought this presentation to you this evening, which was some revisions to your equity policy from this past fall. So we'll start there. We'll then take a look at some staff training that was offered last school year and currently this year and moving forward as well. And then again, just to touch on our approach to using data as an equity tool. So what you're seeing here on October 9th, your board did approve some revisions to the equity policy, the educational equity policy. And specifically what I'm showing you here is the language related to the equity lens, which really drives the work that we're doing here. The definition is provided for you of equity lens. The impact on marginalized student groups is addressed when considering any program, practice, decision, or action with a strategic focus on identifying and eliminating potential barriers. And I think that's what we all are empowered by here, is if we are able to identify a barrier that any of our student groups is experiencing, then we work together to ensure that we're removing that barrier. So that informs some staff training. We want to ensure that our staff is competently prepared to provide instruction to any group of students, regardless of who they are. So last school year, the 22-23 school year, we had 16 school-based staff, 7 district-level staff, and 7 community members, including some members of your own board, who participated in the REI training. That was the groundwater training with the goal of raising awareness and analysis of root causes of racial disparities and disproportionality to work toward creating racially equitable organizations. This was a 2-day virtual training. And I think it was very valuable. It really motivated us to engage in the work. If we could criticize that training, it was very theoretical. It didn't give us actual tools that we could use in our day-to-day work. So after that training, we came together. This was around last May, and we thought to ourselves, what can we do to really get this work moving? And it wasn't really just us. It was everyone who attended it. We were really empowered there. So around that time, Mr. Hushin, Human Resources, they were applying for the Teacher Collaborative Grant, and successfully they were able to do that. And through that 3-year grant, we received funding to partner with Bowie State University for a culturally responsive teaching professional development series, and that is a training that is currently underway this school year. We will continue that training next year and the following year as well with Bowie State University. You can see we have 23 school-based staff from kindergarten, well, from our Judy centers even, birth through 5, all the way up through high school, including 3 district-level staff as well who are being trained with Bowie State University. The goal there is to increase educator capacity to provide culturally responsive instruction to students of diverse races, religions, sexual orientations, and gender identities. Again, with the overarching goal, we want our instructors to be able to provide top-tier instruction to all students. Lingering on that same training, again, this is the training that's being conducted with Bowie State University. You can see Mr. James Ulrich, who is affiliated with Bowie State University. He is a middle school principal and a former principal of the year for the state of Maryland. This was him with our staff in Kent County High School on October 11th for the kickoff training. Again, you see the number of staff that were trained in the goal there. So October 11th was the kickoff at Kent County High School. We just had our January in-person training at the Cultural Alliance, and we're gearing up to finish the year strong with an April in-person culturally responsive teacher training. So each of these in-person trainings are supplemented by book studies as well, which you can see we had our first book study in November. It was virtual, also facilitated by Bowie State University. At the end of this month, we'll have our second book study, and then finally, we will end the year with a book study in May. Now, we wanted to really incentivize our staff to participate fully in this experience. So these book studies occurring outside of the duty day, we were able to braid funding with another competitive grant that we received, the Stronger Connections Grant, and we were able to provide a stipend for 10-month staff to participate in that virtual book study outside of their duty day. And sort of noticing some common goals between the culturally responsive teaching training and the Stronger Connections grant, which was really intended to build safer and more communities with a sense of belonging in our schools. We were able to take some funding from the Stronger Connections grant, like I said, to facilitate restorative practices training. This is not yet off the ground. The Stronger Connections grant, 3-year grant, we will be able to provide restorative practices training beginning next school year. We're still working to identify a core group of district-wide participants for that training. The goal for that training is to increase educator capacity to facilitate relationship and community building in the classroom in order to foster a cultural and linguistic sense of belonging. So we see a lot of very overlapping goals between these two training experiences. So finally, we did want to touch on our approach to using data as an equity tool. We are continually monitoring achievement gaps between student groups. There's just a few sources of data there. So all the way from kindergarten readiness to proficiency in ELA and math, both in the elementary grades, the middle grades, and at high school. Also looking at student readiness to graduate and detecting any gaps between student readiness. We are monitoring enrollment of student groups and programs to, again, with the goal of ensuring that if there is a barrier that's preventing a certain student group from participating, we want to know about that barrier. We want to work to overcome that. So whether we're talking about the Accelerated STEM program, the Gifted and Talented program, or any one of our rich post-college and career readiness pathways, including dual enrollment at our local colleges, career and technical education programs, advanced placement courses. We want to be aware of who are the students that are in those programs. Is any student group not enrolling in these programs, and if so, why is that not happening? And finally, we are monitoring the diversity of the educator workforce. This is a blueprint mandate that we do this. We know that approximately 45% of our student body is considered diverse, compared to only about 12% of our teacher workforce being considered diverse. So we know there's a gap there. We want to ensure that we're monitoring our hiring and retention practices to, again, eliminate any barriers to the recruitment of diverse staff. Okay. So that is our overview of some equity initiatives. We'd be happy to touch again on any of this if you'd like.
The first screen, which I can't get it up because of my computer's not acting
The policy?
right. It may have been. Is that it? No, go one more.
Further?
Right
Training?
there. No. One more, please.
Sure.
Right there.
Yep.
Okay. I was wondering, where it says increase educators' capability to provide, as far as the instruction on diverse race, religion, how deep are you going with that? What does that mean?
So I'd say, I think you said instruction on diverse race. What this is instruction to students of diverse backgrounds. So again, the idea here being that an individual would be more comfortable providing instruction to someone who was like themselves. Again, we have 45% of our student body is considered diverse compared to 12% of our workforce. So we know that a lot of our...
To equal it out.
Exactly.
Okay. How about the religion?
So we're not quantifying, I don't believe that we quantify the religious identity of any of our students or staff. So that's not necessarily something that would apply as directly as race, something that we are required to sort of measure.
Well, I do agree with the race because, as far as those, because it's been unequal for a long while, and it would help our children if that was, a comparison. But the religion, I just wanted to know, because I know that we're not allowed to say Jesus at the school, and I know that I believe in it, but yet, so I was just trying to figure out what we were teaching. I know we do allow some things with others, but we seem to throw out Christianity, so.
I think what we're talking about is if we had students that were Jewish or any other type of religion, that we would make our staff aware that perhaps, we might have to be a little more diverse in recognizing some of their
Or
differences.
culturally sensitive or something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just about being more culturally sensitive with regard to the differences that our student body has in all capacities.
Dr. Fauci, those of us that participated in the REI, they talked about implicit bias.
Right.
That's exactly
Right.
what this is about.
Sure. Culture's a...
We're not teaching religion.
No, it's not
Yeah.
that. We can't even mention Jesus
Yeah.
in our own. They say if we do, that we had to be hush about it. Don't let anyone hear you when my child was in school.
Right.
If you were to say it, just don't say it loud enough for the other students to hear you. So that's why I was trying to figure out just, what it covered, and like you're saying, if they were Jewish, they could do certain things. And it's almost like if you're a Christian, you just don't get any rights when it comes to that, You don't. When we can't pray, you can't say Jesus, we can't sing a song that relates to, He that has given us the air to breathe every single day. I'm just saying.
I love that we have staff participating in these training, and I also participated in the REI training, and I absolutely see your point, that it was very theoretical, but it was really eye-opening and made you think, but yes, they didn't say, so a way to
This
combat
was a
that
strategy.
is, yes.
They didn't talk about strategies.
And I think that these are so important for our staff, and I wonder how do we increase the number of participants for these? Is it limited by the grant funding for the number of participants, or is it?
Is it voluntary? Do they sign up, or are they encouraged to sign up?
A little both.
We did allow, so in terms of identifying the cohort for this professional development series, we did look first at those who had participated in the REI training, and we went to the building administrators and we said, we would like, these individuals already had the experience with REI, if they'd be interested in continuing that, and virtually all of them were. I will say that, we identified our cohort for the high school. We went to the high school on October 11th, and we had more individuals in that room than we had identified. So some, members of the staff at the high school were chatting. They heard about the opportunity, and they decided to sign up for that. We will conclude this year's training in May, but we're consistently on the phone with Bowie State University to talk about how do we improve this next year. So there, depending on the guidance of Bowie State, who is really largely the architects of this program, we could expand. We could, write amendments to our grant to reallocate funding within that restricted grant. So there are a lot of opportunities to scale it.
And this isn't specifically about the equity training, but I am noticing, especially this evening, how almost every presentation of these wonderful extra resources and services that we're providing our students and teachers are grants, and how big a role grants play in what we are able to provide. And I thank you. As somebody who has written grants before, it is not easy. It has a lot of implications and a lot of, you don't just write a paper and you're done. You have lots of things that you have to return to and accomplish. So I appreciate all that effort.
I also want to say that I'm happy to see that the definition of equity isn't just one, it's not based just on race. It's expansive, and it just shows the complicated layers of what makes up every single individual. So I'm glad that those things are being looked at.
Dan, I think I interrupted you. You were going to say something.
So in working on this grant with Tom, there is some discussion about this work with Bowie State taking on kind of the trainer model, so that the folks that are in these first and second cohorts can continue to work after the grant funds expire.
Excellent.
Okay.
Thank you.
This was for information only.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Okay, we are moving into administrative services. The first item up is expenditures revenue report. Ms. Stewart.
Right. Good evening, Dr. Couch, President Getz, members of the board.
Good evening.
We're going to go through January expenditures as of January 31st, 2024. All right. As you will see here, for Fund 1, we have received about $23.6 million. Our school construction, $924,000. Fund 5, our food service, $779,000, to bring us to a total of $25,376,167.43. We move along to our current expense fund. What we have expended to date is about 83%. What we've expended for school construction is basically tying loose ends with the KCH roof project as well as the KCMS feasibility study. And food service is about 85%. And then we have our restricted grants, which is about 33%. And we move into just the overview of comparison of receipts to expenditures. Any questions? And this is just for information only.
Are there any questions for Ms. Stewart? No? Thank you, Ms. Stewart. Appreciate that.
Next up.
The next item is the unrestricted funds budget amendment number 2, fiscal year 2024.
Awesome. So this is the unrestricted budget amendment 2. If we go to the memo, Kent County Board of Education is utilizing MABE to assist in finding a new superintendent for the district. The cost to search for a new superintendent is $20,000. Funds will need to be reallocated from the fixed charges category to decrease that by $20,000, to increase the administrative category by $20,000 to cover this cost. And this is the breakdown to show where the increase of administration of $20,000 is there, and then you see the decrease from the fixed charges account. So administration is requesting board approval for Budget Amendment 2, 2024.
As Ms. Stewart mentioned, this is an action item. The administration is requesting board approval of the unrestricted funds budget amendment number 2 for fiscal year 2024.
Isn't the total cost going to be 40,000? Isn't it?
No.
I thought it was 20
No.
now and 20 at the end.
Okay, no,
No?
it's 10
Okay.
now and 10 at the
Okay,
end.
gotcha, okay.
Do we,
Well, let's just approve this, and then I want to add something else, because I
To the
think I know where you're
what
going.
about the advertising part? Is that what you-
Yeah, that one.
Do we have a motion to
Yeah,
approve?
got it.
You got it. I'll make that motion.
Ms. McGee has the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Ms. Sullivan. Any further comments or questions? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Hearing no opposition, the motion passes. Thank you very much.
Okay, and so with that, based on our 4:30 meeting with our consultants from MABE, we're going to have another budget adjustment. And I would say, to be safe, we need to add another $30,000. That will cover airline tickets, media ads, and meals. So I just was kind of adding it up, and I think that, I don't know how many people we'll have to have airline tickets for, but, I'm just thinking 15,000 there, and anyways, I just feel like give yourself a cushion of $30,000. That should be adequate. So I'm just noting that we'll probably have to bring that back at the next board meeting.
Okay.
And that doesn't mean it'll be used, so just everyone's
Yeah,
worried.
but I think we need to have it in there.
I agree 100%.
So I should have asked Mr. Middleton this, but I was thinking, so if the person comes from New Mexico, for example, they're not just flying in and flying out, won't the expense also include some accommodations?
That's why I'm
Okay,
doing $30,000.
I only heard transportation and food. I want to make sure there's lodging in there too.
Yeah.
Okay.
But we would only pay for one night.
I got you. How many people? Can they bring their whole family?
Yeah, they can bring their whole family if they want to, but
Gotcha.
one room,
Okay.
one
I
night.
got you.
Okay, moving on to school construction and food service year-end, is that correct? 2024 review?
All right, so I'm going to call up my colleague Angela Knoll to assist me with this. She is the guru for food service, the ins and outs. So if you have specific questions, she will be able to answer for you. So we're just going to go over, just highlight a few things of what we've been doing in the areas of food service and school construction. So this will give you what our year-end projections are for food service. We'll also go over the fund balance and explain that to you for food service, and then we'll review school construction assignments that are remaining for fiscal year 2024.
Great.
So to start off with here, essentially, I want to start off to say we will not be in the deficit. Okay, I know that may be alarming if you look at the negatives, but we're showing you that because food service essentially is restricted money, it's federal funding. So we are only supposed to have about, I believe it's 3 months worth of expenditures in our fund balance for food service. So as you can see, essentially the fund balance from 22 is what assists with the 24 budget. So with that being said, it's $407,000. We have to report to the state why it's high. Everyone knows it's high, clearly 100% because of COVID, the savings that we had with that. We have reported to the state the expenditures that we are going to use to assist in bringing that down, and that is our goal. So as you will see, purchasing a new forklift to assist with the warehouse that stores the food and also stores our paper, air conditioners, because part of this, the fund balance we have used to update our equipment in the kitchens, in all the kitchens at all the schools. We actually did majority of that last year in 2023. Dishwashers, this will also, help assist with moving things along in the kitchen. Serving lines are needed as well in some of our schools, and a new walk-in for Garnett. Now, we did get a new walk-in for Rock Hall, and that was completely grant funded. Angie has been working with our grant person, Christina, and there are grants out there for food service that may not be federal, but they will assist in things such as a walk-in or some of the equipment that's needed for food service. We just wanted to lay everything out for you as the board members, so you see what is going, see what is going on. We do anticipate that at least the forklift we have moved forward to order. The air conditioners, we had people come out as well, and it's potentially, we're just working to see what our next steps. So we're working closely with maintenance and operations as well to get these items done. And I didn't know if Angie wanted to add.
Just if there was any questions, any clarification for anything.
Any questions?
Do you, and this probably is something you haven't considered yet, anticipate that you'd have to raise food prices? Well,
we don't know.
But don't all of our students now get
free
breakfast and lunch? So I guess that's kind of a moot question.
Yeah, so we've got CEP for at least 4 years at
Oh,
all the schools.
4, okay.
I don't think it includes the adults though, right?
No.
Okay.
And then I think like we had mentioned last year at one of the meetings, we did raise our snack a la carte items.
Okay.
We hadn't done that in quite a while, so it was needed, and the state kind of helped us with.
Because I know the meal part is supposed to be self-sufficient. I mean, you're not supposed to be able to, hopefully need any allocation from another source, right?
Correct.
I gotcha.
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
It's been going great, and going CEP district-wide has benefited the school.
And you still piggyback with other school districts for some of your, like, paper towels and that kind of stuff?
So, we have a Shore 7 bid that
Okay.
we have with Cisco and our paper products, and we always try to bond together on the Eastern Shore to get a bigger bang for our buck.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, thanks.
Okay.
All right, school construction, essentially, as you know, we didn't have any new school construction for '24. It was just really tying up on loose ends with the roofing project, and as you would note, that is completed. The KCMS, the new school project, there's a possibility of putting out solicitation for our architecture engineering services in the spring. We are waiting to hear whether the Maryland Assembly provides funding for the KCHS tennis courts. And just hindsight, This is funded actually through current expense, but something to note with our school, is a possible boiler replacement at all 3 elementary schools. Garnett is the one that's in the worst shape out of all 3. The issue with this is if we're not up to date with our boiler, we get fined. On top of that, we have to pay a big fine and then pay to get everything rectified. So just wanted to bring that to you all's attention as well.
And just letting you know that the reason why we say possibility of putting out the solicitation is, as you'll recall, it is in our CIP, the capital improvement plan that you all approved, that we would move forward with design, project design, and for Kent County Middle School, and the commissioners approved it at their meeting, but it's all contingent upon whether we get funding. Or, excuse me, whether the state participates at a greater level.
Got it. Any questions?
You feeling good about the tennis courts? Think we might?
Well, it's in there. It's in, and it's usually a giant bill, if you will, like an omnibus bill. And so it'll have all of the requests from all the counties. So I haven't heard anything. It's usually one of the last things that goes through the assembly, so I don't have any prediction. This is our second time around at asking for money, so we'll see. I'm hopeful.
Okay, any additional questions for Ms. Stewart? Okay, thank you both for presenting this, appreciate it. All right. Now we're all ready for the main event.
Oh, yes, the main event, the budget.
Administrative Services 9D. This is the fiscal year 25 budget discussion.
Right.
Dr. Couch and Ms. Stewart.
Okay, so first of all, I'd like to thank Ms. Stewart for putting together the PowerPoint. She did an awesome job. But as we roll out and begin to talk about our budget, I know there's a lot of bad information out in the community about all the money we're going to get for Kerwin and how much more money it's going to be for the local government and for the state. And I think that this will open everyone's eyes that a lot of people talk, but it doesn't mean it actually comes to fruition. So our objective for this very short PowerPoint is just to tease you a little bit, I guess, with putting out the numbers that we do have. I will note that this is, last year we got the numbers really late, so I'm very, very glad that these preliminary local and state revenue numbers are out. We also wanted to review the estimated costs of required compliance items, and we'll talk about that in a few minutes. But we also want to review the funding for TSI, and concentration of poverty is the COP, not a COP, but concentration of poverty, and to highlight the blueprint requirements noteworthy for discussion. So the next slide is essentially, and your eyes are going to be drawn down to the very bottom. So the county basically is only going to be on the hook for increasing our local funding by $246,969. So I know that there was a lot of information out in the community that the commissioners were going to have to pay $1 million, $1.5 million, $2 million. I heard so many numbers coming out. And you'll see that the obligation for the county is only going to be $246,000, basically $247,000 more next year than what they gave us this year. You'll see there's a number of areas that are decreased, the $32,000 in foundation, and if you'll recall, the foundation is really our, for lack of a better word, that's our discretionary money that allows us to use it to plug in the areas that aren't attached to a program. Because you'll note that with Kerwin now, and with the new way of looking at budgeting, we're required to stay within the categories of money. So it's not like all discretionary money like it always has been in the past. So you'll see college career readiness we're going to see a reduction in $22,000. That particular area is what we pay for dual credit. So when we pay for our students to take classes at the colleges, we're going to see, we're seeing more kids that want to take classes, but now we're going to see less money. So that's something that you need to keep in mind. Compensatory education is, I think we do have a little more wiggle room there because of the fact that all of our schools are considered CEP, and they're considered concentration of poverty schools, if you will. I think because compensatory education is about the poverty level of our students, I think we have a little bit of wiggle room there. So we see a little bit of an increase there, so that's helpful. Concentration of poverty for the local government, and you'll see concentration of poverty at the state level. One of the things that for you to keep in mind, and I'm going to use a caveat when I say that Garnett is eligible for the personnel portion of the grant for the concentration of poverty. That's what is in the preliminary numbers that we're getting from the state now. But last year they were in it too, and then they took it out when they redid it. So I'm cautious. I'm very cautious about that. But one thing that I do know is that Kent County Middle School will now be designated a concentration of poverty school, which will be incredibly helpful. That will give them the ability to hire their own outreach person, and what do we call them? The community school specialist, okay. And then they'll also pay for the RN at their building.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So that does give us a little bit of help, but, it's not like $1 million or anything like that. English language learners, you'll see the amount that will be allocated for that. English learners, special education, we'll see less money in TSI. So we're going to have to really review who and what is assigned to that grant, and we're probably going to have to take some reductions in that people that are being paid out of that particular grant, because we have no wiggle room. We can't say, okay, we're going to keep all of them in there, but we're going to take it from this place. We can't take it from that place. So it's going to significantly impact that. Pre-kindergarten, the amount of money for national board certification, the teachers that get the national board certification, the blueprint, our blueprint coordinator, you'll see they're not projecting that we're going to get any money for that, which we got very little for that this year anyways. And then the $250,000 that you were asking about, Mr. Rhodes, that we got in addition from the state, that came to us by way of the local, that's not going to be in the budget for next year. So that has to be deducted as well. So when you add all of those up, that's where the $247,000 comes from by the local government. The state, you'll see there's a decrease in the foundation, significant decrease in the foundation. Blueprint transition grant, reduction there. Reduction in college and career readiness, CCR, again, that pays for students taking courses in our colleges. And what I would remind you is, we can't just turn around and say, well, we're only going to pay for 20 of our kids to take classes. We got to pay for all of them that fit within the parameter. So we're still going to be on the hook for paying it. We're just not going to have the money in the budget to do that. Transportation, a little bit of an increase, for disabled transportation, some additional monies in compensatory education, concentration of poverty, that's where Kent County Middle School is in, and that I just noted earlier. You'll see a decrease in TSI, again, from the state level, and then there's pre-kindergarten, which translates into bottom line, an additional $255,126 from the state. So essentially, all the money that everybody was saying we were going to get for Kerwin materializes into less than $500,000 as a school system. And the other thing that we have to keep in mind, and it's concerning as we move forward, we've got a little bit of wiggle room in FY25, but you're not going to have wiggle room when you get to FY26 and FY27. What's going to have to happen is we have to designate, and I think you've probably heard in the news where some of the school systems are saying we have that 75-25 where you have to make sure that 75% goes out to the schools and 25%. The problem with that is, in some cases, you have schools that are poverty schools, if you will, and so in some cases, I'll use Cecil County because they're in the news anyways, but they put a lot of information out there that the 75-25 is going to really affect how they allocate their monies to the schools. And let me give you an example of how that would affect some schools. It doesn't really affect us that much, but I think it affects them as well, at a greater degree than us. They look at, say for instance, you have a smaller school, and you have a lot of your teachers, higher paid teachers that are close to retirement. You might have the same number of teachers, and you may be staffing it the way you need to, but when you add up the dollars, you may have a school that's high poverty over here that has a lot of less experienced teachers. Well, it's not the same. It might be the same number of teachers, but this affluent school, you're spending a lot more money on than you are spending on this school with high poverty. So what Cecil County was saying is, we're going to have to just move teachers out. We're going to have to bump up class sizes. And so what superintendents are saying is that really the intent of Kerwin? I mean, do we really believe that we're going to have a better product for education if we have class sizes of 35 and 40 in order to accommodate the 75-25 so that we can allocate more money to the school over here that's high concentration of poverty? It makes no sense to me, but that's where we're at. And it's just, it's very, very, very concerning if you think about it moving forward, because I don't think personally that was the intent of Kerwin.
No, I can definitely see it from the mathematical thing, but I'm looking at it I'm not taking a stand on it, but I'm just saying from a more of an equity lens. You could see where you would open yourself up to criticism if in a more affluent neighborhood happens to be the more experienced teachers. That's going to continue to make that school ascend. Meanwhile, in the less affluent neighborhood where typically those parents don't have voices or don't know how to use their voice, you keep putting the new inexperienced teachers there, you can't raise that school up.
Right, but the problem with that is, and I hear you.
No, I'm not. I see your point too.
Yeah, but no, what I'm saying is, I do hear what you're saying, but the issue is, you've got teachers that have been at that school, for instance, maybe I started my career at Rock Hall Elementary,
Right.
and I love this school, and I'm getting close to retirement. I have no intentions of going to another school.
Yeah.
So what are you going to do? Transfer me out? I mean, this is where
I totally
yeah.
get
So I don't
that.
know that it's critical of the school system for saying, oh, we're going to put all the inexperienced
No.
teachers here.
But what I'm saying is, that does happen.
It does happen.
Especially in a Philadelphia, for example. Now, when we've only got 5 teachers and everybody's under everybody else's microscope, it probably won't happen.
Right.
But in a big school district,
It could. And so I do hear and I do understand the logic of that, but in practicality and application of it,
yeah.
it's a problem.
Well, there's theory and there's application, and a lot of times they ain't on the same level.
Yeah. So what I would say is, just keep in mind, we've been given a reprieve that we don't have to absolutely meet the 75-25, but we have to show progress towards that.
Yes, and to add to Dr. Couch, I also want to bring it in numbers terms, because that's what CFOs are we're concerned
Stressing
about. So let's look at the state. When you see foundation, the decrease in 244,000, that does not mean we can pull from EL and SPED. That means you have to cut 244,000
Out of foundation.
out of foundation.
Yeah.
That's where they're trying to get where expenses are matching everything.
And so I think that's where you're listening to some of the counties saying, oh my gosh, we have to cut all these positions. A lot of the reason why they're saying that is because before, we had all of this money attached to programs. And I get it, you know, I understand why there's a rationale for assigning it to program. But the problem is, as a superintendent and a board of education, if you don't need the money, say, in pre-kindergarten, and you say, but I need it in foundation, you can't, before, we could do that as long as we developed a balanced budget and the board approved it and everybody was on board, we could do that. Well, we can't do that anymore.
It takes away your discretion, and it's another example of school districts not having some independence and autonomy and being able to run their own school district.
Right.
Do we have a sense of what the breakdown kind of is now?
What do you mean?
If we need to do 75-25, do we have a sense of how we are currently breaking down?
Yes, that's where the changes I made this year, where everything is being allocated by the location. So we are working towards that. I do have a spreadsheet that pretty much shows, I mean, for the most part, I would be honest, we are meeting that. Most of our expenses happen at the school. We are not top-heavy at central office.
Right.
But when you get down to those minute, small things, it does
gets-
create.
yeah.
When we're looking at it like that, I've sat with Dr. Couch,
It's cumbersome, especially in a small school system, because, you know, before we might be able just to buy, for instance, just give you an example, just buy paper, you know, just copier paper by, just as a district, and then just, you know, allocate it out as we need it. Now we have to say, okay, Garnett needs this much, and this much has to be assigned to Garnett. This much has to be assigned to Rock Hall. This much, and it's just, you know, it's insane. I never in a million years thought it would impact it to this level. And the whole 75-25, I'm not sure I mean, I know it was in the law, but I don't think I think what they were trying to do, at least my impression from being on the Kerwin Commission, was that they did not want the additional dollars to rest at central office and with administration. Because there are school systems that are very top-heavy, and they have a lot of that money in central office. Okay, that's fine, I understand that. We're not one of those. As a matter of fact, you compare us to any other school system in the state, and we are well under any of the other school systems with regard to top-heavy in administration. And that's a blessing and a curse. But, you know, but then you turn around and you try to use it in this application, and it still doesn't work because we don't have the flexibility to then do the work that we have to do. So this is something that you need to keep an eye on moving forward, because if this doesn't change, it's going to be
Ugly.
It's going to be ugly. That's a good way of putting it. It's going to be ugly. Okay, and then the next thing that we wanted to talk about was the TSI and the COP. You'll see that where the monies are increased, and again, it is directly reflective of the increase for it shows the money for the concentration of poverty and the TSI.
And this also is good to note, because you don't have 502,000 to allocate for the
Right.
25 year.
Yeah, no.
You have only the 201,473.
That's right. So it's just, yeah, it's not fun. And then on top of that, gee, we have an increase to healthcare. And I think every single county has an increase to healthcare. So our increase is projected to be about 8%, which means we're going to have to allocate $302,000 in addition above and beyond this school year's budget. And if you'll recall, there's no other line item for healthcare. So where does that come from? That comes from foundation, because we don't have any other way. And if you'll recall, we're only seeing a $250,000 increase in foundation. We got a $302,000 increase in healthcare. Our pension increase is $70,000. Our FICA increase will be 7.65%, sorry, so 7.65%. And then we're in the process, this is the year that we have to negotiate with our bus contractors. Now, we don't have that many because most of the buses are ours, so we don't have to do a for-profit, but we do have 3 contractors that we're going to have to negotiate with.
It's
Only 3.
Wow.
We're down to 3. And let's see what else we got. So, do you want to talk about this one, Lisa?
So this one is just to remind that TSI and COP funding is unrestricted funding, but it's still restricted for use. So the TSI to note does phase out. So the last year that we are going to receive this funding is for school year 2026. And essentially TSI funding is used for K through 12 struggling learners and one-to-one needs for that. With our COP funding, we are projected to receive a personnel grant. We have already for Garnett and Rock Hall, but the middle school has been added. And this year, per pupil, it's Rock Hall and Garnett, but hopefully the final numbers will still keep Garnett because it was
We
taken
don't know
away.
for sure.
We don't,
'Cause
yes.
We're anticipating, but again, just a word of caution, because they told us we had it last year and they took it away. So I'm still skeptical about that. And then finally, other blueprint mandates and requirements is needs for English language learners. We're potentially going to have to add another teacher. The CCR requirements is a biggie because, as I noted, we still have the obligation to pay for the tuition, books, and fees. Because last year, it was just tuition. Now it's tuition, books, and fees. And in one case, we have a college that their fees were almost as much as the tuition.
Do we get
So-
a break on fees, or do we?
Well, I know they're talking about it.
State students.
Whether they gets changed or not, I don't know. But I will tell you, it feels from a K-12, PK-12 perspective, I feel violated. That the fees are almost as much as the books and tuition. It's just, it doesn't feel good. I feel like we're like the cash cow all of a sudden, and so now we're being gouged. So we are, as a group, the PASAM, which is the Superintendent's Association, has brought this up to the AIB and also to MSDE because we feel strongly that there needs to be some limitation, at least from the school's perspective.
Yeah.
And in some cases, the other thing that really aggravates me, don't get me going, but the other thing that really aggravates me is that a lot of these classes are being taught asynchronous. They're not, they don't have a live instructor. So we're getting gouged for tuition for students that basically have a it's basically a self-directed course where they go listen to a module and they turn in their assignments, and there is no live instructor. I don't think that that is the best way to be conducting a college class, and I would argue that that is not a good value for our dollars.
Are they only able to attend those college courses at certain places, or are we on the hook for if they attend a college course anywhere?
The problem is, where are they going to go do that? We only have 2 available to us. So that's, we're exploring, and I think Tom is looking at that. Mr. Porter is looking at other ways in which we can do that, but right now, we're pretty well limited for that. We're trying to get more of the adjunct professors that could potentially teach on campus, but it's slow, a lot of resistance. It's just hard. So that's another thing that we have to worry about moving forward. And then, of course, you know about the career ladder. That's evolving. So, and then we have the end. With all that wonderful news, yay, we're done.
The end. Okay, thank you. That was for information purposes only. We do have a very extensive schedule to continue talking about this very subject coming up over and over and over again, so just buckle up. Thank you.
Yay.
That's not really the end.
It's the end. The next item is Citizens Advisory Committee Chair and Vice Chair. Dr. Couch, do you want to provide some background on this?
According to our policy, you have to appoint, the board has to appoint the chairperson and vice chair for the Citizens Advisory Committee. And just as a matter of fact, matter of note, that we do have seats that are coming up on the CAC, and we're planning on putting out the advertisement and letting people know that we will have a seat at every school that will need to be filled. People will need to apply, and then the board will have to appoint. We'll need a new student member of the CAC and a new community at large person. So that's not at this meeting, but I just wanted to let you know that I know it's on our radar and we're going to have to do that. So the board needs to nominate, right now, the two people that are chairing the Citizens Advisory are Ms. McGee and Ms. Sullivan. So we need to, the board needs to appoint a chairperson and they need to appoint a vice chairperson.
I'd like to nominate Trish McGee for chairperson.
I'll nominate Trish.
So for chair, we have a motion by Ms. Sullivan and a second by Ms. Dorsey. Any comments or questions?
Yes, I'd like to throw my hat in the ring. I'd like to get involved in the CAC. The same people have been on it for years. I'd like to have an opportunity to work there. I can't go to the meetings because you can't have more than 2 board members. It's not filmed, and you can go by the agenda, the notes, but...
So you nominated yourself?
Well, you've been on it forever, so they're probably going to nominate you. I'd like to have an opportunity, that's all. I'd like to have an opportunity to be on there, that's all I'm asking.
So I guess we have a motion.
We have a motion and a second for the chair to be Trish McGee. We have a comment.
So if we have another nomination, we can consider that.
Mr. Constance, do I need to finish off this?
I would vote on the motion that's pending, and then there's also the vice chair.
Yes.
So see how the motion
Okay.
Ms. Board Member McGee goes.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second, we have a comment. We'll go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Ms. Messick?
I'm just not going to vote.
Okay. Ms. Messick? I'm sorry?
Aye.
Okay.
You get to vote.
So the ayes have it. We have a new chair, or continued chair, Ms.
Continued chair.
McGee. Okay, the next item in this is to have a motion for the vice chairperson.
I'd like to nominate Ms. Dorsey for vice chair.
Okay. We have a motion to nominate Ms. Dorsey for co-chair. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second by Ms. Sullivan. Any further comments or questions? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Ms. Messick?
Aye.
Ayes have it, the motion is passed. We have a chair and a vice chair. That takes us into public participation. Ms. Gale, do we have we do not have a public participant in the second session. Okay, the notification of our
Can I
next...
just, before we get ready to wrap up, I just want to announce when the next CAC meeting is.
Yeah.
Sure.
Can I do that now?
Yeah, that's fine.
We got snowed out in January, so the next meeting is Thursday, January 22nd at 5:30 PM.
February 22nd.
Excuse me.
February.
No, I'm looking right at it, February, sorry, February
Okay.
22nd.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so the next meeting of this board is actually February 26th for a board budget meeting. The next monthly board meeting in this format of the Board of Education of Kent County will be, and that is at 5:30. The next monthly meeting of the Board of Education of Kent County, this meeting format, will be held on Monday, March 11th, 2024, beginning at 5:30 PM. Actually, that's incorrect.
It's the
because
quarterly board meeting, isn't it?
That's the
Yeah,
26th.
yeah, quarter.
Yeah.
It's
But
the
we
quarter.
also have the 4th that was scheduled for on the superintendent search timeline.
Yeah.
Which
So-
we didn't know at the time.
Right, we didn't know at the time.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me start over again. The February 26th meeting for the Board of Education of Kent County is our quarterly meeting,
Right.
which will be held at 5:30 PM, and that will include the budget discussion, as well as other topics that will be announced potentially. The second meeting to announce is Monday, March 4th, which is the superintendent search meeting follow-up from the timeline that was announced today.
What time?
What time would you guys like? We would not have closed session that night, so if you want to start at 5:30.
Yeah, I'd like to start at 5:30.
Okay, that second meeting will be at 5:30 PM as well. The third meeting that I would like to announce, which is in this format, is the Board of Education monthly meeting of Kent County, March 11th, 2024, beginning at 5:30 PM. Open session will be immediately followed by the board members going into closed session. The open session will resume at 6:30 PM. The meeting will be located at the administrative building in the boardroom, 5608 Boundary Avenue, Rock Hall, Maryland, 21661. And I was just going to make another announcement, I completely lost my mind. So that's our notification. Sorry.
And I would just add that I will not be at the March 4th meeting, because I think at this point,
Yes.
there's no reason for me to continue to be involved in those meetings.
Yeah, and the first two meetings that I announced, I just remembered, will also be in this room as well, so thank you. Okay, the last item on the agenda for this evening is to adjourn. The administration is recommending a motion, or asking for a motion to approval to adjourn this meeting. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Ms. Sullivan has the motion to adjourn. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Mr. Rhodes. Any further comments or questions? Hearing no comments or questions, we'll go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Ms. Messick?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Have a